Good afternoon, racing fans. Welcome to racing action from Grand River Raceway for this Monday afternoon, Industry Day 2023. Our first dash will go to post in approximately 27 minutes. The track condition will be listed as fast and temperature recorded as 22 degrees Celsius. It should be a great day of racing. Let's get right to the changes on this afternoon's program. And note there are no changes, races 1 or 2. No changes, races 1 or 2. In race number 3, scratched is number 1, Joe Rich. Race 3, scratched number 1, Joe Rich. Race number 4 will go as programmed. No changes, race number 4. Race number 5, number 6 on top, Are You Elegant is scratched. Race 5, scratch 6 on top, Are You Elegant. And note the number 7, Premier Delight, bridle change, blind bridle to can't see back. That is blind to can't see back. And the hobbles shortened 1 inch. Hobbles shortened 1 inch. Race 6, scratched is number 8, Arizona. Race 6, scratched, number 8, Arizona. In race number 7, number 5, One Last Wish. Note races with hobbles will be wearing hobbles. Races 8, 9, and 10 have no changes. No changes. Races 8, 9, or 10. And in race number 11, number 7, Manhawk, a couple of changes. Shoe change. Aluminum to steel shoes up front and steel to aluminum on the back. Those are all the changes that we have at this moment. Once again, reviewing races 1 and 2. They both will go as programmed with no changes. Well, fans, we're going to send things down to the captain's quarters now with Robert and Randy for a little R&R. No, actually, lots of information. How you doing, guys?
Thanks, Randy, or thanks, Gary. I'm here with Randy Waples, but listen, it's Industry Day, folks. It's a civic holiday here in Ontario, and we're excited about this card as we are every single year. Headlined, obviously, by the Battle of the Bells and the Battle of Waterloo, our two signature races of the season here at Grand River Raceway in Lower Ontario. And I'm lucky enough to be joined by a friend, Hall of Fame driver, Randy Waples. Randy, I know that you get excited about today as well. You're a 4-time winner of the Battle of Waterloo. Tell us about how excited you are to be here today.
Oh, I'm very, very excited. I mean, number one, it's nice to work with you again. It's been a while. Number two, a good friend recently became general manager here, Chad Rosema, done a fantastic job. You guys, your whole crew there. So, I kind of want to come out and support him a little bit. But the biggest thing is that the Battle of Waterloo, it was one of those races that came out of nowhere and had instant credibility. And that doesn't always happen. There's only a few races out there, like maybe you could throw the Mohawk Million that way, like instant credibility for such a young stake race. Battle of Waterloo, from the very first time, the whole concept of it or whatever, it just became a staple. And even when you weren't working here in that, you'd go, you'd bring your family, it's an event. And that's the way it started, and that's the way that it still is, and that's the way that I look at it. It's an event. You got to be here.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, even for myself, my son, right, my oldest son now, 6 years old, his second time to the races, first stakes event, was right here, right, at Industry Day. I've got a great picture of him holding the program. But, we were talking earlier, too, about, what it means for a driver or trainer, any connections to win on this day. Not necessarily the big race, but just get any victory on Industry Day. I mean, tell us about that, Randy.
Well, yeah, I mean, number one, if you are driving in the two signature races there, you want to get off to a good start on the day. And sometimes if you start to roll early, it just, the momentum keeps going with you, and you go into those races very, very confident. Then there's, the other thing is it's an event. It's a spectacle. It would be like being at Hambletonian Day, not having one in the Oaks or the Hambletonian, but winning, maybe like an invitational, an open pace or something like that. As a driver, as a trainer, it's an event. You want to be there. You want to be able to say to people, yeah, I raced on Battle of Waterloo Day, and I had a win, blah, blah, blah. It's a big, big event. It's Kentucky Derby Day for the United States, Little Brown Jug Day in Ohio. This is what it is in Elora, Battle of Waterloo Day.
And, obviously, we've been under threatening skies, right? And the weather report looked kind of suspect all week, to say the best. I mean, we were expecting, we would have rain by this point, but it rained overnight. But so far today, the weather's held up, right? Which, I mean, obviously we want to see that because it'll lead to a better day at the races, a better fan experience. But, preparing for that, obviously the connections have to somewhat prepare for those kind of conditions. What goes into that?
You never really want to race in the mud. It's kind of a downer, so when I would come on nights like this or whatever, I mean, you'd realize it was not going to be the best day, and you just kind of bear through it, go through it that way. Some horses race better on sloppy conditions. Some horses don't race as good on sloppy conditions. So it all kind of evens out, I guess. But, I'm not a weatherman by any means or whatever, but this cloud cover to me just looks like it's either going to stay where it is or blow over.
Yeah, we see some sun right now,
yeah,
right?
It's
peeking through.
Looking good. It's looking good.
And we've had that past years, they kind of give us that report, and then the track comes up good all day and the weather stays fine. Track bias, though, last couple seasons here, I mean, obviously half-mile surface at Grand River, the front end's the place to be no matter what. But we've seen a big track bias. Is that something that, you would kind of be looking for now as an analyst, and even as a driver before? Would you be watching for that throughout the day?
Yeah, it's always, especially as an analyst, you just start to notice it. You know what it's like. All of a sudden, everything starts to win on the front end. You pretty well got it zeroed in by the fourth race. When horses that aren't supposed to necessarily be winning get to the front and win anyway, then there's going to be a bias, I was kind of lucky. I mean, I'm pretty sure I raced Dreamfair Vogel in front in Elmira. I'm not 100% sure how I raced Your Nemesis, but the two wins here, Prodigal Sealster and Well There You Go for Dr. Moore, both of them were first over victories clearing at the three-quarter pole. So you can win these races every way. It's just sometimes the problem is if that stone cold favorite gets to the front, who's going to sacrifice?
Right.
That's the thing. The idea is to get as much money as you possibly can. And if that stone cold guy gets to the front and he starts to back things down, who's going to be the one to make the sacrifice?
Right. Yeah. And and the other thing today, right? We've got incredible guaranteed pools, right? For all the horse players, over $40,000 in guarantees, right? We got the low takeouts too, throughout the card on our pick fives, pick fours, super high fives, always just 15%. And obviously that gets us excited too, right? Because we're making tickets throughout the day. And it's really a lot of, opportunities you don't want to miss as a horse player, throughout the card today. But, we still got some time, Randy. I mean, maybe we should take a look at the eliminations, right? For both
Sounds
the
good.
Battle of the Bells and Battle of Waterloo, if they got those queued up. But while they're doing that, maybe we can kind of just discuss what your overall thoughts were the eliminations last week.
I thought that they were, good eliminations, no doubt about it. The problem is, though, is that they're eliminations. So again, if you don't necessarily get into the right spot right off the bat, who's going to sacrifice? You can sacrifice, but you still got to be able to do it with a brain in your head and realize that, you're going to be first over. Why making a big attempt or empty a horse out? The other night, I mean, not apples to oranges, Robert, but I watched a young girl the other night at Mohawk come out of the gate, get parked every step of the mile, and at no point did she panic. She just kind of grinded, and then she would take a break. Then she would, and you know who I'm talking about, and that was a great drive, right?
Yeah.
So here we go.
Yeah, there's the elimination right here for the Battle of the Bells first elimination, and this was a race where Bonita's Best Bet, right, kind of got a free lead on the engine, and I was just blown away by how good Collusion Hanover raced. We knew this horse had talent, but she goes up on the rim for a long way before she forges to the lead, right? Handy horse, and that's important over this kind of surface.
Yeah, and when to make that move, he made the move at the right time in my mind. Like he rolled up alongside of her, never at no point was he trying to stress her until he decided now was the time to do it. And when now it was the time to do it, she just walked away from them. And, that says a lot too, though. Like two things, in my opinion, as a driver. And, Louis come first over with this horse. Obviously, that shows faith in the horse.
Yeah.
And then he turns right around and has, tough pick to make. and sides with Collusion Hanover. I would say that Louis knows something that you and I don't know, and that's just how good she is.
Before we get to the next elimination, that's a question I have for you actually is, Louis takes that one. Obviously there's a connection now between him and Blais and determination, right? So, when you were a driver, what did you weigh in? Like, what would the percentages be between performance in the elimination, connections, post-draw? Like, there's a lot of factors here.
Yeah. I would honestly probably lean more toward connection than anything, because connection, it's always great to have that win on Battle of Waterloo Day and winning the Battle of Waterloo or the Battle of Bells, but it's what goes down the road after that. I mean, there's big stakes coming up down the road. There's years of driving for a certain individual, so connection was very important to me. But every once in a while, I mean, I can tell you too, I think the only horse I drove in this elimination was Dreamfair Vogel. I'm not sure, but I might have drove Nemesis in his elimination, but I know I didn't drive Prodigal, and I know I didn't drive Well There You Go in their eliminations. I just picked them up in the final, So sometimes you come in here when you're loaded for bear, and unfortunately you got to make that decision, much like Louis. He doesn't want to give up pass line.
No, he doesn't.
There's no way.
And it sometimes pays to be Johnny on the spot. Today it's going to be James on the spot, picking up pass line. But I mean, what an opportunity, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
now you get to jump aboard, the horse that is going to be the favorite going into it. Good post to work from. Right. And like you said, it's not. It's a horse you pick up sometimes, not the ones that you drive on a regular basis that win you the big races.
Yeah, for sure. Sometimes you're like you said, Johnny on the spot. You're just the lucky person that got to pick up that drive, and boom, it just worked out for you.
All right. Well, maybe we can take a look at Pass Line's elimination victory shortly here. It's going to come up now, Randy. And I mean, this filly's been incredible, right? I mean,
unreal. Like that's the other thing too. Can you imagine the sleepless night that he had to? Realizing that one of these horses he wasn't going to get to drive?
Yeah, and I mean, is that something that you factor into, like, down the road? Are you worried as a driver that, she goes out and wins today, you might never see that drive again? We've seen it before with horses, right?
No, in some aspects, I guess so, but not in this case. I would never be worried about it, because he's shown that he's gotten along extremely well with Pass Line, and even if he never drives her again, you go back, nobody can ever say they did a bad job. That's the only thing. You don't really want to lose one when either you've done a bad job or maybe the horse isn't firing at 100%, and maybe you can end up looking bad over this whole deal. There's no way Louis can look bad on this, I mean, everybody kind of realizes that there's probably a mitigating circumstance why he went to Collusion, Maybe Pass Line's the handier, easier win right now, but down the road, it'll all pay off.
And this is how you kind of want to go into a final, right? I mean, obviously just 2 eliminations, but look how easy this is to the wire.
Yes.
I mean, you want to have a horse that's going to feel good about herself next time. Did not have to, go to the bottom of the well by any stretch of the imagination. And, I guess coming into today, she should just be bringing with confidence once again.
Yeah, and I know, they're not machines. They only have so much energy that's in there, and they go out and they go a big mile, and then they got to come back and do the same thing all over again. You want to go as little as possible with them, but to the same effect, though, that can work against you too, because sometimes that horse that comes first over got tired out. He gets stretched out a little bit, and because you did absolutely nothing, like basically a training mile, yours isn't coming in there quite as fit, and everybody's saying, oh, well, she's much the best. She doesn't need to get trained hard. We raced her. She's coming back. That other guy, he come first over. The horse got raced a little hard. He might just do a little bit more training, thinking, oh, well, maybe she was short. Now this thing's coming in fit as can be. So sometimes it works for you. Sometimes it works against you. I would always prefer to err on the point of leaving as much in the tank as possible.
Perfect. And then, interesting, Peeler's one that I thought's kind of been progressing nicely a little bit.
Yes.
Thought she was okay in the elimination, but I'm going to have a keen eye on her today. Not to say she can win, but she looks interesting to me.
Yeah, and Bob McIntosh, that's the other thing, too, that people out there need to know, too. All of Bob McIntosh's horses train on a half-mile track. It's a huge advantage.
Huge advantage.
Huge
Absolutely.
advantage when you're coming from Classy Lane and you've never, these things have only maybe seen a half mile once, and his are on it every single day, do all their training down on a half mile. Huge advantage for McIntosh.
Yeah, huge. Half the battle, right? I mean, we're going to talk about the Battle of Waterloo in a second. It is, going to those eliminations, I always say, who gets around a half?
Yeah.
And we saw multiple miscues, right, last week. So,
well, and here's a perfect one, too. Not to interrupt, I'm sorry, but here's a perfect one, too, because you know who I'm going to be talking about here. you talk about horses for courses. I mean, you look at a horse like Gia Surreal, who struggles on a big track. You put her on a small track
Watch
and you
out,
put her in
yep.
against the best mares in the world, I'll guarantee you she's on the ticket.
Yeah, absolutely. Tactical speed.
Tactical
right? That's the
speed,
biggest
get
thing.
around a turn,
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you said, it's totally different ball game. And we'll see another horse later today, horse for course, Ideal Perception, right? We'll see him on the undercard.
Right.
But Battle of Waterloo, presented by Winback Farm. Let's see if we can queue up those eliminations real quick. And another. I mean, listen, this race is always one that's a fantastic one to be, a horse player, be a fan of, and you see this one here. I mean, this was a race that was chopped out by stopwatch before Always a Thrill ends up getting him in the late stages here, and obviously Bob McIntosh loaded coming into this race with two of the favorites, but Greg McNair, this is kind of his race, right? Him and Carl Jamieson have dominated it.
Yeah.
So interesting, right? Coming into it, I mean, it looks like we might see kind of a layup for Do Better, and you mentioned how handy he is and how handy Bob's are over a half. But take nothing away from this elimination, right? And a horse like Stopwatch chopping it out, and then we'll see Always a Thrill come out and win it. What kind of caught your eye on this one?
Well, I've been watching Always a Thrill. He's been kind of flying under the radar. I mean, I've obviously been watching Do Better too. He hasn't met defeat yet, but Always a Thrill was one that I just been kind of like watching, kind of on the side, and I wasn't surprised to see him go that big mile. I thought he raced a very, very big mile his last start at Woodbine when he tried to chop it out in a grass route and picked off by Enforcer. This week, this track, it's just going to seem to me like it's so much better for him. And I got to ask you a question. Have we ever had a trainer in the Battle of Waterloos go 1-2?
Oh, wow, look at that. Put me on the spot. You know what? I'll have to look that up, and we'll have to come back with that one.
Because I honestly, I have them pick, but I can almost see it as Bob rocking out of there with the 5-horse, Sylvan floating with Do Better. Bob makes front, Sylvan comes, they're sitting 1-2. Nice 1-2 punch.
It can happen. You know what? Max Patrick in that one there. Interesting for me. Made a first over move, look kind of live. Made a break in stride. Rail control, Jody Jameson. He's not giving up many spots off the gate. I mean, even with that break, you don't give up spots off the gate when you got the rail in the Battle of Waterloo. So he's a long shot I'm looking at underneath. But let's take a look at the big horse now. Do Better, right?
Do Better.
I mean, as handy as can be in this elimination race, Randy. Sylvan said it best afterwards. Never a concern at any point. Kind of didn't get to the front, off the gate. I mean, nowhere near the front off the gate. But you can see when we pick up this elimination, he's on the engine and doing his thing in dominant fashion. Just kind of a testament, right, to an Ontario horse kind of coming up through the program. He wins a No Winners of 5,000 Life, then a Grassroots, then a Gold, and now is the favorite coming in the Battle of Waterloo.
Yeah, I mean, he's just been so good, this horse. And what you got to really appreciate with him is that he's able to control miles and look good on a big track, and now he's able to control a mile and look good on a smaller track. He doesn't have very many weaknesses coming in here, and like I said, the connections, I mean, we talk a lot about Greg McNair, and Carl Jamieson winning so many Battle of Waterloos, but up till a few years ago, I don't think Bob was putting many in. Now he's already with Daddy Mac. He might be going for his second today.
Yeah, no, I think so. I mean, he's going to be the big favorite, right? I think he deserves every bit of that. And just the way that he kind of just coasts away here. I mean, it's hard to imagine, too. Like, he wins from the 6th hole on that occasion. Now he gets post 3. I just look at him and think, you don't ever want to say that the horse has got a layup in a race like this, but and he looks that good.
He really does. And then he has a good draw to work with, And another thing, too, that you kind of got to like about him, too, is the fact that, a lot of these drivers have kids. And this is kid day. You said it yourself. You'd always bring your family to this day. When you got kids, this is the place to be because they can have so much fun, and you can turn them on to horse racing, and you can have a fun day yourself. And Sylvan has a daughter, So I mean, I think it's Abigail Stella Rose. Stella Rose is her name. And the cutest kid, and he's obviously going to want to have her out in the winner's circle, and the only way that he gets to the winner's circle is to win the race.
Absolutely. And he said it in the interview afterwards when Chad was talking to him. He said, this is a race he's always wanted, right? And I mean, like you said too, this is a race that's on the radar, right? Might not be the biggest purse of the season.
Right.
It's a big one. Don't get me wrong.
Yes.
But it's one that everyone wants to win.
It's got the prestige.
And this one's on his radar. So, well, there's the eliminations, right, for both the big races today. We're going to come back in a few moments and take a closer look at the first guaranteed pool of the day, which is the early pick 5, starting in race 1. Pool's guaranteed $7,500, low takeout 15%. We'll be back in a few moments, take a closer look at that sequence for you.
Hey kids, we've got 2 brand new contests for horse lovers who like to take photos or videos. If you are in grades 5 to 8 as of June 1st, enter the Youth Photo Derby and the Youth Video Derby with your photos and videos of standardbreds. You could win up to $250. The deadline for both contests is August 31st. Whether it's the thrill of horses, crossing the finish line, the joy of the winner's circle, or even horses in the field, as long as it's got a standardbred team, that's what we're looking for. Check out our website for more details, bgracingalliance.ca.
Just about 5 minutes until the horse will be moving out onto the track for the opening dash of the day here on Industry Day, Randy. And of course, the horse players are excited about these guaranteed pools today. We've seen an increase throughout the season in our early pick 5 guarantee. And this time we even kicked it up another notch, right? $7,500 is the guarantee for the early pick 5. Low takeout, always just 15%. And this is an interesting sequence, right? We've got 2 really nice pick 5s today that I'm excited about. So we're going to take a look now at the tickets we've mapped out for you. Randy and I have both mapped out tickets, and there's mine. Kind of inexpensive, right? I try to keep my tickets economical, and I'm going to finish with a single on my best bet. But 1 and 2 in the opening dash for me is 2-year-olds, right? Fitting we start with 2-year-old fillies in the opening dash. Michelob Ultra. I always say this is Greg McNair's season here at the River, so happy to have that one on top. Also using the 2 DA Cinnamon Crunch. So I've got the 2 favorites here, Randy, to kick off the sequence. And then in race 2, the 2, 4, and 5, he's a handyman's one I've always really liked as a racehorse, and I think that he's got a big chance today, but not one that's blessed with a lot of speed off the gate. So you got to have Fox Hunt, the 4 and the 5 Final Cheese Recipe. They're both speedsters off the switch. Race 3, scratch of the 1 Joe Rich obviously throws a bit of a monkey wrench into the pick 5 sequence because he was one that was going to take support from the rail. 2 and 6 for me, Hurricane King Carlo is one that I'm just using as a bit of a price play, facing tougher but gets reunited with James McDonald. He drove that one to victory at Clinton on July the 9th. And the 6 Devil's Peak, I'm really liking this one tonight. However, I don't think we get the 4-1 in the morning line that we see in the program. Race 4, too deep for me. The 3 Lines Better Day. I love her chances today with Doug McNair. Should be brave coming into it. I think she might try to go down the road in this spot. Cheesy Smile, first time on a half. We talk about the question marks with that sometimes, but she's a very capable filly. In the money leg of this sequence, though, is my best bet, the 1 Matthews Rita, who I think with rail control after a tough trip last time is going to try to go right on down the highway with Brett McDonald. So that's my single. $4.80 is my ticket. Randy, let's see yours.
Basically, I was noticing my ticket's a lot in the same kind of an area as you. I also tried to keep it as economical as possible. I went with the 1 and the 2 in the first. I think that they're the 2 most logical. I think the 2's maybe got a little bit of an advantage over the 1 because this one has almost win at this track. The other one was second, but come first over, this guy seems like he's able to kind of chop his own mile. In the second race, I went with the 4 and the 5. I also used He's Handyman for third. Just didn't happen to use him in with this sequence. I think that maybe Fox Hunt and Final Cheese Recipe might be able to get it there for me. So I'm just trying to keep the cost down. In the third race, again, I was going to also use Joe Rich, open things up a little bit. So I'm going to throw Devil's Peak. I was always using him in anyway. I've also added Choreographer. In fourth race, I agree with you. I think Lions Better Day could go a big mile tonight. I think that Dougie might just unleash the parachute and just hand her on down the road. I took a chance and singled on her. And in the fifth race, I went with the 1 and 5 also. 5 was my top pick in the program, but I threw the 1 in there as well. I just got to ask you something, because handicapping's kind of new to me, right? So, I mean, and working with John, like John Rowles, I think is like a genius, you know, when it comes to numbers and handicapping and all that kind of stuff. And he always told me that if you have a real strong opinion on a horse, take a stance.
Yeah.
Single that horse.
Yeah.
He said it'll keep the ticket down, and that's the best way. So that would be your recommendation for the people out there too?
I agree, yeah. I mean, that's for me, right? Best bet, Matthews Reed. I'm going to single that one. You know, I like what you're doing with Lions Better Day, though, because that was one that I toyed with singling, right? Because it should be a big pace advantage today, right? Probably the better price of that in Cheesy Smile, too, because Cheesy Smile has more, I guess, credentials coming in.
Right.
She raced against Tougher last week. The line looks as impressive, if not more impressive. So I like your stand there, right, with that one, and I agree with that. And John's exactly right? If you like a horse, doesn't matter what the price is. In fact, higher price the better. That's where you make your stand, you make your single, and if you can spread around and get a price in around that one, that's when you get the payouts. I'll tell everyone, I say it every night in the broadcast here at Grand River, it's not who wins in the sequence, it's who gets beat. You can have logical horses kind of come in throughout, but if you beat 2 or 3, 4 to 5 shots, now you get the massive payouts. And lately, we've seen some monstrous payouts here in these pick 5s and pick 4s. Yeah, so I mean, industry day is a day that sometimes plays it a little more logical, but let's hope we see some prices today.
I love listening to you guys, how you formulate this stuff, because like I say, this is all kind of new to me. You know, I know what I like on the track, but as for just cold reading a program and coming up with these sequences, you guys are geniuses.
Oh, thank you, Randy. I appreciate that. I think you're a genius too. So they're going to be coming out on the track shortly, folks, for the opening dash. Gary Guy's going to give you the post spread. We'll come back with additional commentary.
Field 4, race number 1 is on parade 1. Michelob Ultra, Doug McNair for Greg McNair and Dr. Chris Robson and Frederick Wolford. Number 2, DA Cinnamon Crunch, Jody Jameson for Carl Jameson and Jet Jameson and Haley Jameson and Anita McDonald. Number 3 is Jenny's Heart, Bob Clore for John Pentland and Hut Racing. Number 4, Maternal Instinct, Brett McDonough for Shane Barrington and Aaron Waxman and David Jarvis. Number 5, Drinks in the Sand, Tyler Borth for Blake McIntosh and Hurt So Good stable. And number 6, Jules Diamond Eyes, Daryl Thiessen for Lori LePage and Rebecca Williamson. And number 7, Whole Lot of Luck, James McDonough for Jason Libby and Douglas Dunbar. Field of 7, race number 1, post time coming up shortly.
All right, horses are on the track for the opening dash on Industry Day. We got 2-year-old fillies on the pace, non-winners of 1, and well, there's my top selection, Randy. I know you went a different direction, right, with the 2, but we're in the same neighborhood here. We both like these 2 fillies, and isn't it kind of fitting that we start the day off with our top 2 selections are Greg McNair and Carl Jamieson?
Yeah, and then you bring into the fact that I think Dougie.
I'll tell you what I did. I was a master.
Would Chad Rosema please report to the captain's quarters? Chad Rosema to the captain's quarters.
Folks, sorry about the interruption there. So anyways, we talked about it, Randy. You know, Greg McNair, Carl Jamieson going to start off the card here. We got 2 minutes on the clock now, but fitting on this day, they have the 2 favorites in the opening dash.
Yeah, and the driver-wise, too. I think Dougie's our number 1 guy for most Battle of Waterloo victories. Jody's probably not far behind him. They've both basically done a ton of driving on this circuit. This track means a lot to both of them, you know. They want to throw down again, and like I said, I just noticed, too, with Jody, DA Cinnamon Crunch was being led out by Jet Jamieson. So trust me, Jody wants to get his little boy in the winner's circle, too.
And you talk about it, right? Family affair.
Yes.
And you're exactly right. Jody, second with 4 wins, tied with who?
Oh, well, okay.
With you.
Yeah,
with
there
you.
you go.
With Randy
Yes,
Waples.
there
That's
you go.
right. 4 victories. So, you know, pretty awesome stuff there. But, you know, for me, Michelob Ultra last time, I mean, even some tweets went out. I mean, 3 to 5 now. I mean, the price is shriveling up. But after the race, there was some of our followers on Twitter even kind of commented how well she raced in defeat to Scrappy, who's also a Carl Jamieson pupil. And, you know, at the end of the day, one that I think is sitting on a victory. But interestingly enough, D.A. Cinnamon Crunch got beat by a Greg McNair trained entrant last time. So is this funny how it all comes to be? But it looks like it's just those 2 in this dash.
Right now, I would say that it looks like those 2, but you know and I know anything can happen. That's why they call it horse racing. I mean, these 2 could hook wheels behind the gate. They're side by side, and then the rest of the horses are brought into the field. But they're just going to be tough. The other ones are obviously going to be giving up a certain amount of pace advantage, I would guess, unless Bobby's able to stir up Jenny's heart and able to clear both of them, but I just don't see it.
Yeah, you know, the interesting ones for me here were kind of towards the outside of the gate again, not maybe to win the race, but they're both sitting at 25 to 1 right now. And the 6 especially is a full brother to Sundance Kid, right? A horse that we've seen obviously have success in his career. Maybe those ones are worth using underneath, but hey, they're already going beyond the gate, Randy. So we're going to pass over to Gary Guy for the opening dash on Industry Day.
The field for race number 1, shaking up their positions. Michelob Ultra, DA Cinnamon Crunch on the inside. In the center, Jenny's Heart, Maternal Instinct, and Drinks in the Sand. To the outside, Jules Diamond Eyes, and Whole Lot of Luck. It's a field of 7 for race number 1. First of 11 dashes on Industry Day 2023. Here they come. And the field for the first is at the start of the rough, and DA Cinnamon Crunch. Drinks in the Sand is blasting out. Michelob Ultra is on the inside. Then Maternal Instinct and Jenny's Hard. Whole Lot of Luck, No Luck, made a break in stride. Jules Diamond Eyes is racing second from last, and Michelob Ultra has got the lead. DA Cinnamon Crunch is racing on the outside and now trying to take back and find the pocket, and behind Michelob Ultra, it is DA Cinnamon Crunch racing second. Drinks in the Sand is third. Then a huge gap back fourth, Jenny's Hard. Then it is Maternal Instinct and Jules Diamond Eyes, 27-4 opening quarter, and Michelob Ultra. And Doug McNair has the lead. DA Cinnamon Crunch is racing second. Drinks in the Sand, forwardly placed third, is only 3 lengths off the lead as they work their way off the turn, and the field comes on towards us. Michelob Ultra leads it for Doug McNair. Jody Jamieson, DA Cinnamon Crunch is still patiently racing in the pocket. Drinks in the Sand and Talibor the inside third, 3 1/4 from the front. Jules Diamond Eyes trying to get a little bit closer, and then Maternal Instinct and Jenny's Heart. 58-1 halftime, a 30-2 second pedal breather for Michelob Ultra. They race on down the backstretch. DA Cinnamon Crunch is watching Michelob Ultra do the work on the lead. Drinks in the Sand is third. Jules Diamond Eyes, Jenny's Heart now is flashing some hard and moving, and then Maternal Instinct. They hustle up to 3/4. Michelob Ultra is leading still by 3/4. 129. Michelob Ultra, DA Cinnamon Crunch. Drinks in the Sand is racing third, and now DA Cinnamon Crunch is going to move on the outside right now against Michelob Ultra. Michelob Ultra on the inside. DA Cinnamon Crunch on the outside coming to Michelob Ultra. They're going to settle things in the lane. DA Cinnamon Crunch on the outside. Michelob Ultra on the inside. They're battling hard right to the finish. DA Cinnamon Crunch might have gotten there. It's close with Michelob Ultra. Then Drinks in the Sand and Jules Diamond Eyes, a mile of 1:58.3.
Well, race 1 in the books on Industry Day, 1:58.3 for DA Cinnamon Crunch, getting up in the final strides. And you said it, right? It looks like it's going to be a throwdown between the connections that, Team McNair, Team Jamieson, ended up being exactly that.
Yeah, it came out the way that I thought, the 2 over the 1, but I did not expect this trip. I really thought that Jody would be able to get away from, get around Dougie, and Dougie would be coming off of Jody's back. That's the way I kind of envisioned it, but again, what can you say about Dougie McNair? I mean, this horse does not show a whole lot of gate speed. All of a sudden, boom, he's able to go out of there, get this thing to the front, control the thing, control the race. I mean, he got beat, but boy, talk about going down in defeat in a good way.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, it wasn't much on the end of it there, and talk about that though, like the experience edge, right? 4 starts for the winner versus 1. It's got to be a big difference, right?
That's kind of the way I looked at it too, and I know that they both raced here last week, but this DA Cinnamon Crunch just had that little bit more experience, Down the road, who knows? I mean, Michelob Ultra might be the one that's got the advantage on DA Cinnamon Crunch. And one other thing I wanted to tell you too, Robbie, just for your own sake, in case you and your dad are looking to get back in.
Yeah.
This was the first year of Captain Crunches. Yep. And I sat behind a bunch of them at Dave Maneri's this winter. Wow, what a nice breed of horse.
Well,
very nice breed of horse.
Might have to jump back in.
Listen,
loved him as a racehorse, right?
Did you like the cereal?
Oh, it did, absolutely. still in the cupboard at home, unfortunately, because I told you I'm trying to slim down a little bit, but no, it kind of played out formful there, and I mean, Drinks in the Sand ends up rounding out the trifecta at 10-1, and one that I kind of said to you, I was kind of interested to see the 6 Jules Diamond Eyes and see what this one can do in her career debut. You actually said too, you thought the qualifier was pretty good. I mean, one that is going to probably get a world out of that experience, of that real race experience anyways today.
You know something? I mean, that line to me looks so good. I really was looking for some way to get her up into the top 3.
Yeah.
So, I mean, really very impressive line. I think she's got a real good future. And, I mean, I like better than Cheddars. I find that Cheddars try hard.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? It's funny, you mentioned my dad, and when I was a kid, right, he used to always say, when I didn't really know much about handicapping when I was really about 5 and 6, first horse you see at the track is the one you got to bet. The first one I saw today, Michelob Ultra with Chris Matthews on the track. Didn't work out, but hey, listen, played out pretty formful. There's Jody Jamieson coming back to a winner's circle. He's very familiar with DA Cinnamon Crunch, winner of the opening dash on Industry Day.
And back in front of us, number 2, DA Cinnamon Crunch, a 2-year-old Captain Crunch Bay filly, owned by Carl Jameson, Jet Jameson, and Haley Jameson and Anita McDonald. Carl Jameson, the trainer, Jody Jameson, the winning driver. First win for DA Cinnamon Crunch, 158-3. The first race payouts to DA Cinnamon Crunch, 370, 210, 210. 1 Michelob Ultra, 220 and 210. 5 Drinks in the Sand, 230. The $2 Exactor, $5.90. The Dollar Drive, $5.70. The Dollar Superfected, $28.80. The first race, order of finish from the top down, 2-1, 6-5, 3-4-7. That's 2-1, 6-5, 3-4-7 on the bottom.
First race in the books at Grand River on Industry Day, and DA Cinnamon Crunch getting the job done as the slight favorite. So many are still likely moving forward, Randy, in that early pick 5. But we've got another nice multi-leg sequence coming up here. Guaranteed pool again, early pick 4. $7,500 is the guarantee. Low takeout, 15%. And for me, I usually kind of stay true to my pick 5 and my pick 4 sequence. So not too many differences here in my ticket. 2, 4, and 5 here in the opening dash. Again, it's numbers of 3,000. Last 3 on the pace. A decent looking group. I would love to have put He's a Handyman on top, but he doesn't have enough gate speed for me. So I did put Foxen on top, using the 2, 4, and 5 here in the opening leg. Just the 2 and 6 for me in race number 3. Hurricane King Carlo might be a bit of a price play from the inside of the gate. Lots of gate speed to work with as well. Devil's Peak, though, I thought is kind of ramping back up again. A horse has missed a bit of time after a vet scratch sick, and now I think is trending back in the right direction for Isaac Waxman, who's had just a fantastic season. Race 4, the 3 and 5 for me. Lions Better Day. I know you love that one today as well. I just think that she might try to chop it out with Doug McNair aboard and should be brave coming into it. Cheesy Smiles also on the ticket, but I might even go back now after we talked a little more and play a few tickets, just singling that one. And then race 5, my best bet of the card, the 1 Matthews Rita. It's a horse that I thought's raced really well when she gets put into play. No chance to do that last time from post 8. Now gets the pole position. I think she goes forward and maybe goes all the way on the engine. Just $2.40 for my pick 4. Randy, what do you have for us?
Again, we have a bit of similar tickets, I would say. It's like my single comes in race 4, which is going to be Lions Better Day. I'm going to take a stand with her there, and then in race number 2, I went 2, 4, 5. Again, I liked He's Handyman. Just couldn't find the way to get him up on top. I kind of concentrated more on Fox Hunt that shows a little bit of speed and a little bit of ability to take a lot of air. And then Final Cheese Recipe, I find always races good when he comes up to Grand River. And you just can't really go wrong with any of the Henrys as far as I'm concerned coming up here. And in race number 3, again, I went 6, 7, Devil's Peak, choreographer. I like both of those chances in there. And again, the 4-horse, the 4th race, I did single Lions Better Day, going to put my hopes on her. And in race number 5, I went with Matthews Rita and True That. I threw that in as my top pick. I thought this one raced really good its last start. She, made a couple of moves, still stuck around and finished second. Got a good draw to work with here today. Maybe might be able to change the tables and get the job done.
There you go. We didn't really talk at all about our picks before the broadcast, right?
At all.
And we're still pretty much in the same neighborhood throughout. Just different single. And you're going race 4, I'm going race 5. But listen, $2.40 for each of us. I guess we're trying to pinch our pennies today, though, on these pick 4s and pick 5s, right?
Well, I didn't want to come up here with an incredible spread all over the board and have to sit beside you there where you're picking out 2 and singles all the time.
We try to keep it affordable, right?
Yeah.
For people want to tail the selections. They can add and remove where they see fit, right? That's always my mindset with it. And of course, if you want to spend a little more, for me, I might push those combinations, for a few dollars, not that 20-cent bet, right?
Yeah.
But in any event, pool's guaranteed $7,500, low takeout 15%. We'll come back in a few moments, take a closer look at the upcoming dash.
Field for the second on parade. 1, sports section, private out for Francis Guillemette and Stefan Joffrey. Number 2, he's a handyman, Mike Horner, for Mark Horner. And 3 is Cote d'Azur, south of for Blair Burgess and Corinne Olsen Burgess and Sterling Fisher. And number 4 is Fox Hunt, Daryl Thiessen for Terry McGibbon and Paul Batter. Number 5 is Final Cheese Recipe, Travis Henry for Blake McIntosh and Kim and Dan Sargent. Number 6, Real Wicked, Samuel Fillion for Michelle Sherman and Gary Anderson at Mart West Racing and Sean Downey and Dave Simpson. And number 7 is Carson's Shadow, Louis Gregg for Vicky Gregg and David Carson. And number 8 is P.L. Oliver, Jason Ryan for Matt Dupuis. Field of 8, race number 2, post time shortly.
Well, just a few moments away till race 2, Randy, on the Industry Day. And again, the start of the early pick 4, guaranteed pool, $7,500, low takeout, just 15%. And an interesting field here because, we do have, kind of a nice group of horses, some moving up, some moving down. But there's a look at Fox Hunt on the screen right now. Even money favorite, Daryl Thiessen aboard, and a horse that, flashed some speed last time and was a pretty good third to who ended up being the winner, Desperate Man. But the unofficial winner of that race was Let's Tie One On before he got disqualified for a passing lane violation. But I thought Fox Hunt raced really well in defeat on that occasion, and kind of this race might set up nicely for him.
I'm kind of impressed with that third quarter over here on 27 seconds flat. I mean, that's basically a full turn that you're doing that quarter. So he obviously gets around the turns really, really well. He's got a good draw to work with in here. We were talking just a few minutes ago too, and I love the job that Daryl Thiessen does. Mm-hmm. I think that he's kind of like one of our up-and-coming drivers for a guy that basically came into this industry cold. Yeah. Like knew his way around horses in a different capacity, obviously, and then he really gets along well with horses. I find horses race really good for him.
Yeah, and with Daryl too, can get them off the gate, which I love, right? I mean, especially on a half-mile surface. The other thing he's not afraid to do is pull first up. I've seen that a lot here this meet. If he's got the best horse or horse he thinks is a big shot, he'll pull first over, and he's not afraid to just kind of sit out there. Mm-hmm. And that's something that I obviously like as a bettor, because there's nothing worse than watching a horse get locked in, right? Now, he's a handyman, and this is a horse that I've always been very fond of. I think he's got some real nice gears, a nice turn of foot. The problem for him today is that notoriously on Industry Day, it's a speed-favoring track. He does have post 2, but he does not have a lot of early foot off the switch.
No, he seems like he's going to have a little bit trip dependent. I agree with you, though. He shows some huge quarters. He obviously races good on the small tracks, whether it be London or Grand River. Has gone up to KD a couple of times, had wins up there as well. Seems like he's kind of a real nice B track, kind of a Saturday night special kind of horse. Yeah. I can see him being in here on the big day.
Yeah, and the one thing about the Horners for me, when they come back to the track, they're always ready to roll, right?
Yes.
They don't usually need too many starts to kind of get back into shape, and he was a winner in his third start back after a bit of a layoff. Final Cheese Recipe, the 5, one that we're both kind of fond of in here as well on our multi-leg tickets, he's one that's blessed with all kinds of gate speed. So this is kind of a spot that should fall into his favor if he can get around there from post 5, and he certainly has the early foot to do it.
Yeah, and this is kind of a horse that I was like maybe alluding a little bit to earlier. He's a dominant kind of a horse on a small track, but not so dominant on the big track. Back here, the small track, got the 5-hole to work with, Travis Henry. I think that he's got a big shot in here. I threw him in for second.
Yeah, so those are kind of the main players we think. And you look at the odds board, they're the 3 horses that are below 10-1. Obviously, we've got a couple of horses taking all the support, and that's Fox Hunt at 4-5 and Final Cheese Recipe at 9-5. Who's maybe a longer one that you can look at in here and say maybe they've got upset potential, or at least can land somewhere in the bottom of the exotics?
I really like the 8-horse, P.L. Oliver. I mean, I like him when he races down there, and I mean, even right here, like so many seconds in his last few lines here, right over Grand River. I think that if there's any kind of a speed duel, which we could see it, I think that PL of Oliver could maybe capitalize on the whole situation because he's another horse that has really, really good turn of foot.
Yeah, he does. You know, typically a speed horse, but tonight or today from post 8, likely coming from off it. But there they go to the gate, folks. We'll pass you over to Gary Guy for the call of race number 2.
And it is a field of 8 for race number 2, sports section. He's a handyman, and Cote d'Azur on the inside. Of the center, Fox Hunt, Final Cheese Recipe. On the outside, Real Wicked, Carson Shadow, and P.L. Oliver. It's a field of 8. It's race number 2 on Industry Day at Grand River Raceway. Here they come. Field for the second race is at the start of the rough, and Fox Hunt gets up well, and off stride goes Final Cheese Recipe. He's a handyman, it's flashing gate speed, and Sports Section on the inside. Sports Section, he's a handyman, and Fox Hunt the front 3, but he's a handyman, is handy early, and he's got the front. Sports Section second, then third, Fox Hunt, gap of 4 or 5, Cote d'Azur, then back to Real Wicked and Carson's Shadow, and P.L. Oliver and Final Cheese Recipe is back trailing after that early break. He's a handyman at 7-1, is looking handy early, 27-2 opening panel. Sports Section second, Fox Hunt's racing third, then a gap of 3 or 4, and Cote d'Azur, Real Wicked, Carson's Shadow, P.L. Oliver, and Final Cheese Recipe is trailing the field. He's a handyman, and Mike Warner leads as they race off the turn. Looks for his second panel breather in front of Sports Section. Fox Hunt is going to come on the hunt on the outside now, and working quickly first over, and Fox Hunt is driving up alongside. He's a handyman. Sports Section third. Real Wicked is getting up a little bit closer now, second over, and is working on the back of Fox Hunt. And then it is Cote d'Azur fifth at the inside off that 57-1 half time. P.L. Oliver is racing sixth. Carson's Shadow is seventh, and Final Cheese Recipe still trailing the field. He's a handyman. Fox Hunt is trying to wear down. He's a handyman. Grinding first over, but is still a length back. On the inside, Sports Section's getting the trip, and P.L. Oliver from off the pace is out 3 wide and is moving up to take over 4. Then it is Real Wicked and Cote d'Azur. And then Final Cheese Recipe and Carson Shadow, they turn for home. He's a handyman. Sports Section's been getting a nice trip. Fox Hunt center of the track, and P.L. Oliver on down the stretch. Round they come. He's a handyman in Sports Section. He's a handyman as they come to the finish. Is going to win it over Sports Section. Third is between Fox Hunt and Real Wicked. Mile of 1:54.4.
Well, Randy, Gary Guy always mentions to me on the program that, you know, that's what I get for showing no loyalty, right? He's a handyman, a horse that I always pick on top. Good result for both of us in the multi-legs. We have this horse on our tickets, and a juicy price of 7-1, but I didn't put this one on top today. I thought that he'd have a hard time getting to the lead. Really didn't think he'd be anywhere close to maybe 3-hole, 4-hole at best, but you know, he ended up getting to the front after a break and stride by the 5 Final Cheese Recipe and went all the way. We talk about the Horners always have their horses ready, and he's a handyman, was ready to do good things today on the engine.
But you know, that's part of watching these, though, eh? Like, I mean, even you watch this horse race all the time. You learned something today.
Yeah,
Next
absolutely.
time you thinking, you know, maybe does he have the gate speed? Yes, he does.
Yeah, no doubt
Because,
about
I mean, he doesn't show that he's got the gate speed, but he left a couple of nice horses
Yeah.
there.
No, he did. I mean, yeah, obviously the break helped, but Fox Hunt's fast off the switch. You know, and we talked about Daryl Thiessen, you know, not being afraid to go first over, and he made that move today. He gave the bettors every chance.
Yes, he did.
Right.
And what about the final time? 54-4. We got
Yeah.
a fast track to work
Yeah.
with today, Roddy.
Yeah, that's a big mile, no doubt about it. And you know, and he's a handyman again, a horse that came in with the credentials to win, right? But just looked like he might be at a pace, you know, disadvantage. And the other thing too is that we're 2 races down, and we see a horse win out of the 2-hole and a horse win on the front end, you know, and do so against, you know, a heavily bet favorite at 2-5. So we've got to keep an eye on that you know, that usual front end bias now, right?
Yes,
where
for sure.
horses can kind of live on the lead and not get caught. I mean, Sports Section, even a horse that I thought was in over his head there, lands the 2-hole trip and actually fought right to the wire at 18-1.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just it's something that you got to, always take into account on any track, any size track, whether it's the Meadowlands or not. All tracks can have a bias that night, and right now, I would say that they're really looking comfortable in front. But hey, we've seen 2 races so far, the horses up front, but we have seen them win in a different sort of a style. So obviously, I would say, typical half-mile day that you want to be up close to the front, but that could always change.
Yeah, there he is. He's a handyman. Handy today on the front end, a winner in race number 2.
And back in front of us, number 2, he's a handyman, is 6-year-old Big Jim Bay Gelding, owned by Mark Horner, trained by Mike Horner, who's also the winning driver. It's the 4th win this year, 24th lifetime. He's a handyman. Fans, while we have a moment, we'd like to pass along a happy birthday to Hayden Doig. Happy birthday to Hayden. Hope you're enjoying your industry day. The second race payouts to he's a handyman. $17.10, $7 and $3.41. Sports section $15 and $5 and $4 on 230. Double of 2 and 2, $35.40. $2 exactor, $103.10. Dollar try, $123.50. Dollar superfecta, $1,080.90. The second race order of finish from the top down, 218 37465. That's 218 37465 on the bottom. Field for race 3 on parade. 1 scratch, 2 is Hurricane King Carlo, James McDonough, Cameron McQueen, and Paige Vandelpeepers. 3 is Journalistic. Tyler Borth for Jason Sherman and Burton Betty Sherman. 4 is Serial Killer, Jay Harris for Courtney Robson. And number 5, All Go No Woe, Jody Jameson for Kenroy Scaife. Number 6, Devil's Peak, Travis Henry for Isaac Waxman and Carmelo Shime. Number 7, Choreographer, Tyler Jones for Scott West. And number 8 is Examiner, Hanover, Brett McDonough for Francis Gilmet. Field of 7, race number 3. Post time shortly.
2 races in the books. Race 3 on deck, just a couple minutes away. It is the start of the pick 3. Getting started right here in race number 3. There's a look at Devil's Peak, Randy. Obviously, complexion of this race changed with the scratch with the 1 Joe Rich. Rail control, big post relief for that one today. We both kind of were fond of that one. That one's out now. And Devil's Peak, I think, first of all, looks really good on the track right now. Racing for, Isaac Waxman, unbelievable season. His horses have been racing fantastic all year. And Devil's Peak, for me, was a horse that was kind of dominating at this type of level. And then obviously had an issue with sickness, missed a little bit of time, and then takes that start to kind of come back to it, race from off the pace right here in this class, and then was a winner at Kawartha Downs. So trending in the right direction. No surprise he's taking support at 9-5.
No, I agree with you, and I think they kind of have options with this guy too. They can race some different styles depending on what's going to happen. Which horses are leaving out of there, where you want to go, and I agree with you too. Isaac Waxman's barn has just been unbelievably good this year. It just seems like any horse he picks up, he's able to get a win with them. What I noticed with him too, though, is that he's really working the classes on the B tracks and at Woodbine Mohawk as well. He always seems to be able to find a class where his horse is going to be one of the better ones in there.
Yep.
He's really doing his homework right now, I guess is the way I'd look at it.
And you know what? Kind of as important as anything in the game is management of a racehorse,
yes.
Right? Where you put them, what kind of class you can find, the softer spots. You don't want to race any tougher than you have to. And you're right, Ozzy does a great job at that. There's Hurricane King Carlo, kind of an interesting one for me in here. Now inherits the rail. All kinds of really foot off the switch. James got along well with him. He drove him to an easy victory at Clinton on July 9th. These are tougher, but we talk about that bias, and it can sometimes help horses last on the lead. 8-1, that's not a bad price on a horse like this.
No, absolutely not. And just the idea that you're getting James at 8-1, that's not an easy thing right there. It's almost like you've won something right there. Yeah. And I agree with you. I think this horse has a big, big shot in here coming out of the Cameron McQueen barn, who's also, his horses are great B-track horses, so this horse is going to be on his game. He's got a fantastic driver tonight, and like you said, now he inherits the rail. Things have definitely changed a big way.
Yep, that's the one that I'm using with Devil's Peak. You're using the 7 Choreographer, and interesting with him last time, the line looks like he's had a perfect 2-hole trip. However, he actually pulled pretty early in that contest. And it definitely, I think, probably lost him a position, maybe even the victory, because he didn't wait for the passing lane. He pulled early on the turn. This is a horse that's more of a one-lunge type, I think, when you do kind of unleash him. 5-1, now post 6, not post 7, all kinds of speed off the gate.
Yeah, he could, and he's another one, though. He can race either way. He's got he's had the 7-hole, now he'll have the 6-hole. Again, there's no real, other than maybe Devil's Peak and a couple of other ones, there's no real horses that are dominant front end kind of horses. And I found over my course there, a lot of times owners or trainers would come into you before the race and they'd say, leave out of there with this horse because there's no speed. And there wasn't. But the problem was that all the other 10 drivers also seen no speed, so now they all come out of there. So this might be one of those situations where a few people, like even a Jody, it's not that he's got a lot of gate speed, but he doesn't give up a lot of ground either with all going, and we're talking Jody here. So, there's a good chance that he might just gun him out of there too. If all this happens, I think it plays into a choreographer or an examiner Hanover's wheelhouse, If they just line up, then I would say that there's a pretty good chance that it's all playing into the 6-horse Devil's Peak's hands.
Yeah, and speaking of Examiner Hanover, tough to find one faster off the gate than him, and you can't say he's getting unlucky with the post. I mean, this is a claiming handicap, so
Right.
the connections know every time they enter him, he's going to be working from the outside of the gate, and they're fine with that because this horse is a lightning bolt off the switch. I mean, not often you see one that always has to work from the 7-hole, 7-hole, 6-hole. Today would have been the 8, now it's 7. And he still somehow gets to the lead of the 2-hole.
Yeah, I mean, he just got fantastic gate speed. This is the type of horse that you'd love to claim him for 15,000 Canadian, wheel him down to Yonkers, put him in for 20 and see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see if he can get to the front again today. But there they go to the post, folks. Race 3 on deck. Gary Guy, let's hear you.
Field for the third, taking up positions. Hurricane King Carlo and Journalistic on the inside of the center. Serial Killer, All Go No Woe, and Devil's Peak. And the outside choreographer, Examiner Hanover. It's a field of 7. It's race number 3. Here they come. The field for the third, gathering speed. They're at the start in the rough. And it is Devil's Peak, Examiner Hanover, choreographer, I'll go no woe as they drive into the turn. Hurricane King Carlo on the inside, though, is going to press on. A lot of gate speed in this dash as they line up on around the turn. But right now, Hurricane King Carlo, Serial Killer, and Examiner Hanover still out 4 wide and driving. Devil's Peak is in the 3 wide lane. Examiner Hanover is trying to come on and clear to the front. Devil's Peak is racing second, and then Serial Killer as Examiner Hanover's made the lead. Devil's Peak is racing second, Serial Killer third. Hurricane King Carlo, then Journalistic, and All Go No Woe. And choreographer is dancing from a trailing spot, 27 seconds the opening quarter. Examiner Hanover and Brett McDonald at 12-1. Now we'll look for a breather as they race on towards us. Devil's Peak is racing second. Serial Killer is on the inside, racing third, and now Journalistic is moving up on the outside first over. And also going on the outside is All Go No Woe. Hurricane King Carlo is back to second from last, and choreographer is now part of the outer flow. It is Examiner Hanover. Journalistic now is only a length off the lead and chipping away, getting closer with every stride. And Devil's Peak is still there in a good spot on the inside on the back of Examiner Hanover. All Go No Woe is moving up on the back of Journalistic and is only a length and a half off the lead. And now choreographer has come on gamely. It is out 4 wide, 3 wide. All Go No Woe. It is All Go No Woe is taking the lead. Now choreographer is racing second. Journalistic third. Devil's Peak was able to get up but got shuffled back to fourth. Examiner Hanover is fifth, and then it is Hurricane King Carlo and Serial Killer. It is All Go No Woe. Choreographer is chasing a 3/4, 126 and 4. They come on down the stretch drive. All Go No Woe has a lot of go at the finish. Choreographer was second, Journalistic third, and Devil's Peak fourth. A mile of 1:55 and 2. All Go No Woe.
Randy, you said it right before they went post, where you said, in a race where, guys might look at the program and say there's not a lot of speed, I'm going to try to clear from the outside. They all have that idea, and we saw that. They were stacked up 7 wide.
Yeah.
Every horse was leaving in that dash to the opening turn. One bailed out early, but then they were still, 6 wide. Then we had the eventual pace setter, as we thought he would be, Examiner Hanover, be 4 wide and 3 wide through those early tumultuous fractions.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. You always got to remember there. If you see no speed on the program page, there's a pretty good chance that the other drivers and the trainers and the owners that have horses in that night also see no speed. You might get some instructions. Unfortunately, this can happen sometimes.
Yeah, it can. And Devil's Peak kind of, got the worst of it. He had to work hard early, then got caught behind one that, all due respect to him, he should have been tired, right? Examiner Hanover shouldn't be able to last off that trip, that wide to the opening turn and going those kind of fractions. And All Go No Woe, one that we kind of didn't talk about just before the race. You mentioned Jody might get him in the right spot. He did. Second over. I thought this horse, got a perfect trip last time. That's why I kind of knocked him in my selections. But what's the cure for that? Get a perfect trip again tonight.
That's usually the best cure, is right. If you just keep giving them perfect trips, then usually they're going to get a good result.
Yeah, exactly. And that's back-to-back wins now for this guy in the class, and 25-1 last time, just 2-1 this time. So, if you came back to him, you didn't get the price you had last time, but still a winner nonetheless.
Journalistic showing up on the board at 40 to
and
1
he was
too.
kind of working hard on that race too, right on the outside.
Yeah.
And it gets a piece of 41. And choreographer, one that I know you were fond of in there, kind of a different approach today. Like you said, he was the first one to bail out actually when he did try to leave. And like we kind of mentioned, right, he's better if he kind of gets saved for that one run. He did it tonight. He just couldn't stay with the winner.
No. I mean, I thought when he first moved him, he might have got the jump on Jody, maybe surprised him there, but there was obviously room to get out in between, and that left him 4 wide. Once Jody was able to get in between that, you pretty well knew that All Go No Woe off of that sweet trip was going to be able to be the get there first.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, there it is. All Go No Woe coming back to the winner's circle. Jody Jamieson already in with 2 victories on this Industry Day card. No stranger to the winner's circle here at Grand River, and sitting second overall and wins in the Battle of Waterloo.
The top 4 on the board, 5, 7, 3, 6. Back into the winner's circle, it is number 5, All Go No Woe. 8-year-old Dragon again, Bay Gelding, owned and trained by Kenroy Scaife. And the driving double for Jody Jamieson, second win this year, second in a row, 18th lifetime. All Go No Woe. The third race payouts, 5 All Go No Woe, $630, $363. 7 choreographer, $4, $350, and 3 journalistic, $11. $2 exact, $18.90 trap, $81.25 super, $272.65. The third race, order of finish from the top down, is a scratch 5361427. That's scratch 5361427 on the bottom.
Three races in the books here on Industry Day at Grand River Raceway in beautiful Elora, Ontario. Listen, last race, Randy, you know, we saw all that speed kind of develop early on, and we'll see if that kind of plays out the rest of the day. Obviously, you know, we know there's maybe a bit of a front-end bias. The drivers know that too.
It seems like it, but then that race there wasn't a front-end bias, really.
Yeah.
Like, you know, I mean, we've seen different styles, but if somebody was to say to me right now, do you think the front end's holding up? I would say, yes, it is.
I think so. Yeah, I think maybe,
You
you
know?
know, situation of that race maybe
Yes.
saw it kind of collapse. But
Right.
hey, we'll see, right? There's still a long way to go on this wonderful car that we've got here on Industry Day. And up next is a real good one. It's an OSS Gold for 3-year-old fillies on the pace, the first division of 2 that we'll have today. And there's a look right now at, I think that's Momentary Control in the paddock. And this is a, you know, kind of an interesting race because we've got Lions Better Day, who I know we're both fond of in here. Cheesy Smile, one that probably comes in with, you know, more accolades, but she's never raced on a half before.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the other thing with her too, is that sometimes she has a tendency, even on a big track, just to get too far back. She always is able to put a big move on the end of it, but sometimes she can just get too far back. And if we see anything like we just seen in that last race, too many horses coming out of there, she's going to have a lot of ground to make up. But she can do it, but, you know, there's also going to be traffic to bring into it. Sometimes the quickest way around is just to go to the front and stay on the inside.
Now, as a driver, right, kind of coming into a race like this with a horse like Cheesy Smile, right? I mean, Bob knows her, you know, very well, obviously. Is this kind of a spot where you say, hey, listen, it's only a 6-horse field. Maybe I just let her do her thing from the back, or do you try to create a little bit of speed from post 5?
Honest to God, Robbie, I usually made up my mind behind the gate. I really did. I had a bit of a game plan of what I wanted to see happen, but it was very loose. And I would just kind of like more or less go with how they felt. If they were pushing the gate out of there and I looked at the inside and a couple of them didn't look like they, yeah, why not? I don't care if it's not her style. She's still a good horse. She'll overcome it. So yeah, I would go on out of there. But the biggest thing is though is that sometimes horses, and then this could be a case with Cheesy Smile, they have a certain style that they want to race. And why monkey with it? You know, I mean, we just seen in that last race there with the horse of Tyler choreographer, I think it was. You know, at going to the past the half around that third turn, they were sitting 3 and 3. So if that's the case here again, and he races her from off, and she's sitting third over, and there's 3 on the inside and 3 on the outside, and he's only, you know, 3.5 lengths out of it. I mean, he's in a good spot.
Not a bad spot to be, absolutely. Yeah. And we talk about Doug, you know, Doug McNairn driving over this surface, you know, someone you've always got to be mindful of on Industry Day, of course. And post 3 on Lions Better Day maybe doesn't show the speed recently off the gate, but you don't have to go too far down to see when she actually was one that could go on the engine. And actually last year on this, on the elimination for the Battle of the Bells, she did go all the way in the lead until getting picked up in the last step of the wire. So she's got those early gears. I think we're going to see them today.
Yeah, and I mean, and the other thing that he's got option-wise with her too is she's got instant speed. So she's one of them horses that technically you could get away third, and then coming around that second turn, make that move for the front, and you could easily, you know, I'm not going to say easily, but you could get the job done. You could make that move because she's instant speed. it just comes on instantly, you know, and then it's just a matter of how far she can carry it.
Yeah, and those are kind of the two main ones in here that when we kind of looked at this race. You think those are the ones that are likely going to decide it. But obviously, you know, it's a pretty good field from top to bottom. Some, though, that are kind of, you know, dabbling into the golds, you know, for another time and maybe, you know, have been getting outrun at this level. Can an inside post kind of, you know, create something positive for one like two Redland, Redland Bet Any Gene?
Yeah, Redland, Bethany, Jean. Yeah, I mean, any time that you're on a small track, it's such a different kind of a feeling with different kind of horses. You'd think a horse wouldn't get over a half-mile track, they do. You think a horse is going to get over a half-mile track really good, they don't. Some of them just adjust to it real well. Me and my brother owned a horse a few years ago called Stonebridge Diablo. He was a 55 trotter on a half-mile track, and he was a 55 trotter on a big track. So you knew which track he could make the money, and basically what it was that he could just get around turns so well. So that's kind of what I find interesting too, is when a horse like Momentarily Control, Redland, Bethany, Jean, Lions Better Day, like all these fillies, you know, maybe not as much Bob's because she does train down on a half. I like to see these ones, you know, to see which one's gonna be that dominant half-mile track horse. Because sometimes the best ones aren't the best ones on the half.
All right, and assist you giving me the pronunciation of that name there, because I butchered it. But hey, that's why Randy gets paid the big bucks. So they're coming out onto the track right now for race number 4. It is the first division of the OSS Goals for 3-year-old pacing fillies. We'll pass you over to Gary Guy, who's going to give us the post parade.
Field is on post parade for the first goal division. Momentary Control, the 1. Tyler Jones for Dustin Jones and Entry Lee Racing Stables and Colin McKenna. Number 2 is Redland, Bethany Jean, Sylvan Filia for Steve Charlton and Redland Farms. Number 3, Lions Better Day, Doug McNair for Anthony Beaton and 3 Lions Racing. And number 4 is Favorite Beach, James McDonough for Bob McIntosh and Al McIntosh and Martin Stables. And 5 is Cheesy Smile, Bob McClure for John Pentland and R.C. Molyneux and John Pentland and Peter Charlton and Archie Leach. And number 6, Lady Get Lucky, it's Trevor Henry for Chris Matthews and Todd Williams.
All right, just moments away from the first of 2 OSS Golds for 3-year-old pacing fillies. And there's a look at Lions Better Day. She's got experience over this surface last season, as I mentioned, Randy. You know, she only got beat by a slim margin in her elimination for the Battle of the Bells. Didn't work out for her in the final, but taking all the support right now at even money, you know, paired with Doug McNair for the 2nd straight start, and last time a 25-4 final quarter at Mohawk Park.
Yeah, I mean, you know, she looks nice and calm out there and that, but I'm not going to say that I just exactly like the way that she looks. Like I find that she's maybe, I don't know, something about her that I've seen her, what I would say, I've seen her look better than that before.
Yeah, and you've seen her a lot, obviously, at Mohawk Park, right? So, and, you know, last time out, I mean, what I kind of liked about her coming into this is the fact that, you know, I like betting horses that come in brave, right?
Right.
And when a horse finishes a 25-4, I mean, especially, you know, when they're making up significant ground, you know they're going to come into this one and probably be feeling pretty good about themselves. And I think we're going to see her get sent down the road tonight. Today. That's probably going to be the approach from Doug. But there's Cheesy Smile right now, kind of galloping about right now in the post parade. You've seen her a lot at Mohawk Park. Have you seen that before?
Yeah, she always has kind of a little bit of a funky kind of a way of going in that. And, you know, I'm just starting to think there now, you know, with all the black clouds and that around, maybe they've got the track kind of sealed up a little bit. Might be a little bit firmer than what it has been the opening races. We had some sun earlier on, but now it's starting to cloud over a little bit. So, you know, maybe it's just starting to seal up a little bit, and some of these horses are showing a little foot soreness on a hard track, you know?
Yeah.
But she does look good there. You know, going back to Lions Better Day, too, like you said, the last quarter, 25-4 last week really impressed you, too. And then you go over to the right, like technically, you know, with her having, 10 days off, and she's got a middle of the gate girl. I don't know where she would have finished against Sweet Amira, Better's Punch, and Favorite Beach. Like, those are three really good fillies. So in a way, probably the best she could have done with a getaway eighth come up the rail is a fourth.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's Favorite Beach now, right? We talk about pre-race appearance.
Oh, she
I
looks
mean,
fantastic.
She does, right? She caught my eye as she went around, and we were both kind of, looking at Lions Better Day, Cheesy Smile, maybe there's, some antics there. But this one looks just professional, and I've been really impressed. I know she's only 1 for 9 this year, but I thought she's kind of made some big gains from 2 to 3, and one that's kind of coming into her own and actually got the better of Lions Better Day last time. Granted, she had a pace advantage, but she still finished ahead of her at the wire. And right now, she's 4 to 1 on the board in a race where I know that you and me believe is probably going to come down to the 3 and 5, but maybe she's the value.
It could be that, and I agree with you. I think that she's also gotten stronger as the years gone on. But I tell you what really, really does it for me with Favorite Beach is the fact that James rarely picks off of her. That's got to be a good sign. If this is the 3-year-old Payson filly that he's more or less concentrating on, then I would say that that's a good sign, and she looks amazingly good out there.
She does, and there's Momentary Control right now, and this is another one that kind of likes to race from more off the pace, but rail control tonight, so you got to think that she's going to be put into play a little more than she typically is, and this is first-time Lasix, right?
Yeah.
I know you kind of like second-time Lasix more,
Very much.
But this can maybe see her step up her game a little bit.
Yeah, I've seen horses win first-time Lasix many times. I myself prefer second start Lasix, but it certainly isn't going to hurt her any, that's for sure. And now we're getting ready to go.
Yeah, we are. We're getting ready to go. They're going postward, folks, for the first division of 2 OSS Golds for 3-year-old pacing fillies. Pass you over to Gary Guy.
And the field for race number 4, taking up their positions on the gate. Momentary Control, Redland, Bethany Jean on the inside. In the center, Lions Better Day and Favorite Beach. And to the outside, Cheesy Smile and Lady Get Lucky. It's a field of 6. It's race number 4 on Industry Day at Grand River Raceway. Here they come. Giddy up. The first OSS Gold fillies into the stretch drive. Gathering speed. They're at the start of the rough. Favorite Beach is going to blast out with Momentary Control. Cheesy Smile broke stride. Redland Bethany Jean is racing third now as they work their way around the turn. Then Lions Better Day, Lady Get Lucky, and Cheesy Smile is now trailing the field. Favorite Beach has got the lead. Favorite Beach at 5 to 1. Momentary Control is racing second. Redland Bethany Jean third. Lions Better Day is racing fourth, and right now about 6 or 7 from the lead. Then it is Lady Get Lucky, and Cheesy Smile is trailing after an early break in stride. 27-4, solid opening panel. Favorite Beach has got the lead for James McDonald. That lead is a couple of lengths. Momentary Control is second. Redland Bethany Jean is on the inside third. Lions Better Day is rolling fourth in front of Lady Get Lucky, and Cheesy Smile is trailing. It is Favorite Beach and James with the front. Momentary Control and Tyler Jones is racing in the pocket. There goes Lions Better Day and Doug McNair now, popping up quickly. And Lady Get Lucky and Trevor Henry follows Lions Better Day to the outside. And then it's Redland Bethany Jean now on the inside, second from last, and to the outside, Cheesy Smile trailing the field, 3 to the inside, 3 to the outside. Half was 56 and 429. Second panel. Lions Better Day now is wrestling with Favorite Beach, and they're going at it. Lions Better Day on the outside, just a nose on the inside. Game is Favorite Beach, and Favorite Beach has reclaimed the lead of ahead. And now half a length, 3/4, 125. Favorite Beach, Lions Better Day, Lady Get Lucky, and now Lady Get Lucky went rough, and on the inside third is Momentary Control. Cheesy Smile is racing fourth, a turn for home. Favorite Beach has turned back. Lions Better Day, Favorite Beach on down the stretch drive they come. Favorite Beach in the OSS Gold is going to win and take it by 3 lengths over Lions Better Day. Then finishing third was Momentary Control, and fourth was Cheesy Smile. 153 and a 3, the mile chime for Favorite Beach. Fans note the inquiry sign is coming up pertaining to the break and sprout of 5 Cheesy Smile. Inquiry pertaining to 5 Cheesy Smile. Coming back in front of us, the winner of the fourth race, the first gold division for 3-year-old pacing fillies. Number 4, Favorite Beach, a 3-year-old Sunshine Beach Bay filly, owned by Bob McIntosh and Al McIntosh and Martin Stables. Bob McIntosh, the trainer. The winning drive to James McDonald, second win this year, third lifetime. Favorite Beach, 153-3. That equals her career mark. Fans note the judges ruling that 5 Cheesy Smile, no violations, will stand with no violations on the board. The fourth race payouts for Favorite Beach, $12.60, $3.50, $3, 3 blinds. Better Day, $2.30, $2.10, 1 Momentary Control, $5.40, $2 Exactor, $23, Dollar Try, $46.35, Superfective, $53.55.
Right, I'm here in the Winback Farms winner's circle with James McDonald, and obviously a good start for you, James, taking down the first of two OSS gold divisions. And favorite beach looked absolutely fantastic on the track today. I mean, is that what you felt too when she was scoring down?
Yeah, exactly. I'd kind of said before the last start, they said they were taking her Grand River, and sometimes she'll labor a little bit in the last turn at Mohawk, so I didn't know how she'd be, but they say Bob did some work to her, and they had her amazing. Like she zipped around here like a hoop in a barrel, and they can't say enough good about the group, the job they did.
And you've picked her, quite a few times this year throughout the season, and she seems to be a filly that's really kind of coming to her own, kind of progressed with each start.
Yeah, early in the year, she surprised, I think, everyone. They said she hadn't showed a lot of punch last year, but this year she came back really well. She was racing well her first few starts, and I think she was second in the first gold. And she had lots to go in the last one. I just drove her horribly. I had her completely out of position, and I was just lucky to keep the drive and end up here today.
And today, I mean, we know speed's good here, especially in Industry Day. Was that the game plan? We have to switch, go to the front?
Yeah, I would hope to. I didn't know it's always hard to get there is the problem, and but she's shown some good gate speed early in the year at Mohawk. I was confident, if she was on her toes and on her game, that she could probably get there, but you never really know until the gate opens. So that was plan A for sure.
All right, and I always say it must feel good to beat James McDonald. You pick up pass line in the Battle of the Bells today. You pick up a horse that's probably going to be a pretty big favorite in there. Driver for the first time now. Like, what's the approach coming into that?
Well, I've raced against her lots, and not lots. She's only had a few starts, but I've raced against her, and I've seen her how she performs and what kind of a special filly she looks like. So, like you said, sometimes you're just the right place, the right time. I had a filly I had high hopes on to make the final with. Unfortunately, it didn't work out this year, but sometimes you're lucky and you pick up a good one like that.
And similar situation in Battle of Waterloo, but more of an outsider, Chalk Hanover.
Yeah, he raced really well first up in the Elim, and he hung tough, and I actually followed him, and when I moved, I had quite a bit of pace, and I couldn't get anywhere near him, so I know he put in a good effort last week. I just should bowed well for this week, and he drew well to help, but you know how important it is on a half-mile track to draw well.
Absolutely. All right. Well, good luck the rest of the way, James.
Thank you very much.
The fourth race, over finish from the top down, 362-145. That is 362-145. Up next, race 5, scratched is number 6 on Top Are You Elegant. And note that number 8, Brave Chick, does score from the trailer post. Note the trailer post for 8, Brave Chick. Field for the fifth race on parade. 1, Matthews Rita, primate out of our Lori LePage and Rebecca Williamson. Number 2, Better in the Dark, Teleborth for Rebecca Geisel. Number 3, No Place to Hide, Samuel Filia for Ashley Landvoy and Thomas Knight. Number 4 is Shea Sealster. Todd Ratchford drives and trains and owns. And number 5 is True That. Bo Brown for Tisha Symes and Jeffrey Webster. Number 6 Scratch. 7 Premier Delight. Jeffrey Hunt drives and trains for Patrick Hunt and Miguel Freitas. And number 8 is Brave Chick, scoring from the trailer post. Preston Shaw for Joseph Montour. It is a field of 7 for race number 5. Once again, note that 8 Brave Chick scores the trailer post.
Just a few minutes away till race 5 here on Industry Day. It is the anchor leg of both the early pick 5 and early pick 4, and it is the low takeout, 15% on the super high 5 as well. One of my favorite wagers here at Grand River Raceway. And there's Matthews Rita, Randy. I know you went a different direction on top, but you do think she's got a big chance in here. I made her my best bet today. I thought she might give us some value. I think 5-2 is about the right price right now. And last time she raced post 8, she tried to lead, ended up getting stuck 3 wide actually in that first turn, parked all the way to the 5/8, and then finally got a spot on the pylons. By then it was much too late. She got beat by a wide margin. Zeb's Breaking Dawn won on that occasion, and I just think she's the type of filly that races so much better when she gets put into play, and you kind of see that in her paper.
Yeah, I mean, let's face it, she kind of got butchered last week there. You know, it took a shot out of the 8-hole, and it just did not work out. So you can pretty well, in my opinion anyway, throw that last line out. She looks good out here right now tonight. Nice, big, good-looking filly. You know something, Robbie? I've said this before time and time again, and I'll just get your opinion on this there. Don't you find that Dally is a bit of an underrated sire?
I think so. Yeah, I had a pretty good Dally. Ghost Hunter was one of mine,
Right.
and he was by Dally.
But that's what I mean. Like, he puts out good horses.
Yeah, he does. No, absolutely. I agree with that. And you know, and she's the type of horse, too, that seems pretty handy, right? She's got speed off the gate. Obviously, the rail's going to help her today. But she's also raced well when, 2 back. She kind of got shuffled back, and she still only missed by a length to Miss Do Right, who I'd be more than happy to actually back against this group. So I think 5-2 is a value. But there's the horse that everyone's going to, the 5 True That. And I think a lot of it is, you look at those past credentials. First of all, this is a maiden that, a few starts ago was competing in non-winners at 2 as a maiden, and then raced OSS Grassroots. Real nice effort last time. Did a lot of work in the early stages before finishing second to Zeb's Breaking Dawn. I just thought she might get over betting here today, and that appears to be happening right now at 6-5.
Yeah, 6-5 is a bit much. I put her on top, but I really wasn't expecting 6-5. I thought that Matthews Rita would kind of even things up pretty good. It's a huge discrepancy right now that she's 5-2 with the rail, and the other one's 6-5 with the 5-hole. And then you bring into the fact that Matthews Rita's there. She's only had the 15 lifetime starts, but already been a winner. Where True That has had 18 lifetime start and still, showing a 0 in the win column.
Yeah, and you got Brave Chic right there, and I want to talk about this one because inherent value always when you have one wearing number 8 and gets to leave from post 9. Something I love here, because every handicapper, horseplay doesn't pick up on that, and it's obviously a much better starting spot, even though the trailing post has had its woes here this season. But this is a horse that's only 2 lifetime starts, took support last time at Clinton before making a break in stride, half sister to Laura's Love, full sister to Brave World, both of which are pretty accomplished racehorses. So, what do you do with one like this, and what do you think of that score down a moment ago?
Again, they're just starting on their career. If you really like them, until they really start to show it down on paper, I've always found the best thing to do is just keep tripping them out until sooner or later they show you what you want to see. Don't overdo it.
Yeah.
When a horse is young, hasn't really showed you that ability just yet, but yet it's there, just don't overdo it, because sooner or later they'll be in the right race, the right situation, and then they'll be able to show it to you.
Yeah, and 20-1 on the board right now on that one. Maybe one to use in the exotics, but also trailing post, young horse, inexperienced, not an easy spot to leave from.
No, absolutely not, for sure. And, the 7 horse, what's your thoughts on that one?
Well, equipment change back now from making adjustment last time. Was a winner 2 back. Not sure why there's an equipment change off a winner, but maybe she finds that stride again this time out, but we'll find out in a moment. Gary Guy coming up with the call of race number 5.
The field for race number 5 with their positions. Matthews Rita, better in the dark on the inside. In the center, no place to hide. Shea Sealster and True That. To the outside, Premier Delight. The second tier, Brave Chick. It's a field of 7, 5th dash on an Industry Day at Grand River Raceway. Here they come. And the field is at the start of the rough, and True That is going to blast out with No Place to Hide. Premier Delight, and on the inside, Matthews Rita. But True That is going to drive right out and get the lead. Premier Delight is second. Matthews Rita on the inside third. And then No Place to Hide is racing fourth. And then Shea Sealster, well back, Better in the Dark, and Brave Chick is back trailing the field. And Matthews Rita has gone off stride. And Premier Delight was able to make the lead. And True That is racing second. No Place to Hide third. Shea Sealster is racing fourth. 27-4. Solid opening panel. The field is spread out. And right now, True That doesn't want to sit on the back of Premier Delight and is going to drive up on the outside. It is Premier Delight to the inside and True That on the outside as they race their way off the turn and a roll on towards us. And it is Premier Delight who's got the lead. And True That is now back into the pocket. It's Premier Delight, and Jeffrey Hunt wants the front and has it. That is True That is right there close in the pocket. No Place to Hide is third. Then racing position to fourth is Shea Sealster. Then grabbing fifth is Brave Chick. And on the inside, Better in the Dark. 57-4 halftime. A 30-second second panel breather. And Premier Delight at 10-1. True That is the 1-5 favorite and is racing second and is a length and 3/4 back. Then it's a gap of 4. No Place to Hide. And Shea Sealster. And now there goes True That again. And True That wants to come after Premier Delight. It is Premier Delight and True That. 3/4, 127-2. And Premier Delight still looks plenty game. True That on the outside. True That is trying to narrow the gap on Premier Delight. Premier Delight on the inside. True That on the outside is chipping away. Now is about a half length as they turn for home. On down the stretch drive they come. Premier Delight came on the inside. Premier Delight driving on. True That on the outside. Premier Delight with a premier effort to win it. True That was second. No Place to Hide. And Shea Sealster 158-1. Premier Delight.
Well, a race that kind of had it all, a little bit of hardball. And Randy, you mentioned it, right? We actually talked about this horse, before we came back on the air prior to that race. And Premier Delight was a winner two back, solid winner from post 6 on that occasion. Then had an equipment adjustment, let the hobbles out 2 inches last time out, made a break in stride. They came back in again tonight. Different horse, right?
Yeah.
Last out of there, ends up, getting to the front and then playing a little bit of hardball with the one that let her go.
Yeah, what's interesting too is so this week she's going from a blind to a cancy back. Last week I'm guessing she went from a cancy back to a blind. 2-hole, it looks with a long hobble. It looks to me like she just got revved up behind the gate, and that's why she come out of there on the dead run. Go back to the way it was. She come out of there, but again, big difference between revving one up or having one revvy out of the 2-hole as opposed to having one revvy out of the 7-hole. You get the momentum of the swing of the gate.
Yep.
You can just get out of there so much easier.
Yep, and you said it, as they're the race is playing out early. I mean, a horse that I like made a break in stride in tight quarters, but you said if Premier Delight lands the lead, she's not getting beat.
No. And the part that's why I thought it was a good move of Beau Brown's by trying to retake, because his filly at this point is 0 for 18. I don't think it does her really any benefit sitting in the 2-hole.
Yeah.
I think if she was going to beat her, maybe go to the front and then see if she can, hold this one off. But as for going around her, I just couldn't see it happening.
Yeah, that's a concern, right? A horse that's had so many chances.
Yes.
She just might not go by.
No.
Whereas Premier Delight's a horse that, I guess we should have touched on this before the race, but she was, the winningest horse coming in.
Yes.
3 career victories coming in. Now
this
she's
is her
got 4.
fourth win, and she's
Still
in a maiden.
There's a 1. Yeah, it's one of those ones where afterwards you say, "Oh my Lord, how is this horse 10-1?" And took support to 3-1 last time. Something that I always, am an advocate of. I'm never going to begrudge someone who says, 3-1 last time, I get 10-1 this time around. I'm going to jump on blind.
Yeah.
I'm just going to jump in this horse's bandwagon, and like we said, that equipment change back. It's kind of the key, because so good 2 back, post 6 this time around, something similar from out there. But
I think we just overlooked her.
Yeah.
Really,
Yeah.
we did. We went maybe went shopping a little bit, and it's like you said earlier in the show too. Even with the 9-hole thing, if you're not paying attention, and in this situation here, all you're going to see is 2 breaks.
Yeah.
Coming out of there, if you're not paying attention,
Yeah.
you're not going to know there was a bridle change last
Exactly.
week, a hobble change
true.
last week. So you were paying attention, and
you
now
gotta
we're
get
good.
those changes,
You gotta
right?
look
You
at
always
those
gotta
changes.
get those changes, because sometimes they'll give you the answers. But there she is, Premier Delight, now a 4-time winner, 158-1 in race number 5.
And coming back in front of us is number 7, Premier Delight, a 3-year-old Bettor's Delight Bay filly, owned by Patrick and Jeffrey Hunt and Miguel Fritas. Jeffrey Hunt, the trainer and the winning driver. It's the 4th win this year in lifetime for Premier Delight. 158-1. The 5th race payout 7 Premier Delights. 20, 295, 30, 565. True that. 210, 230, and 3 no place to hide, 580. The $2 exactor number 7 and 5, 68.30. The dollar tripe, 88.15. The dollar pick 3, 1,032.50. The dollar win for 4,553.55, and the dollar pick 5, 8,367.80. And note the $1 high five, numbers 7, 5, 3, 4, and 8. That's the $1 high five. Returns 2,997.30. The fifth race, so her finish from the top down, 763, 4-2 scratch, 1-5. That is 763, 4-2 scratch, 1-5 on the bottom. The field for the sixth on parade. One Exotic Dragon, Travis Gulliver, Jody Cullen, and Paul Sanders. and Ron Cullen. And number 2 is Mystifying, Doug McNair, Greg McNair, Frank Brundle, and Glenn McDonald. Number 3 is Cheddar's Delight, Austin Sorry for Bud Sinclair and Linda Richardson and Lindsay Sinclair. Number 4 is Twin Bee Tipster, Bob Clover, Gabriela Sasso, and Jeffrey Corchens, and Mart West Racing. Number 5 is Carson's Gouda, Travis Henry for Louis Gregg and David Carson. Number 6 is So Frisky, Colin Kelly for Anita Willett and Luke Willett. And number 7 is Major League, Eddie Hensley for Ashley Hensley. Scratched is number 8, Arizona. Post time coming up shortly for race number 6.
A couple minutes away from a Fillies and Mares Preferred 2 event on the pace, Randy. And I think we're both kind of thinking that the clear horse to beat in here is the 2 Mystifying, one that we know has had all kinds of success on the half-mile track early in her career on the East Coast, and certainly made a good go of it in the Forest City back at Western Fair in May on Camelot Classic night, and only got beat by 3/4 length to So Much More, and obviously a big winner last time, 49-1 over Mohawk Park. Post 2 to work from, a horse that can show speed when she needs to. I think she's going to show it tonight.
I agree with you there. Hopefully if he does decide to show the half-mile track evens it out. Because myself, I find that when they over-race her early, then that huge, massive kick that we see isn't as huge and massive. It's just kind of a little bit of a kick. When they don't race her early and then she's kind of try to find that flow, get dragged into the race, oh my goodness, can she fly home this thing. So that's where I'm kind of going with there. Exotic Dragon's got a bit of gate speed. She's got the rail. She showed leaving from Grand River off the rail and 27-1. So she's going to be tough to beat out of there. There's not going to be a trailer in here. So I think that Dougie's just going to probably drop down. Even if the couple come from the outside and he has to give up that spot, I wouldn't mind that so much. I think Mystifying can easily come first over, if not raced early. And, she's going to find some cover if he places her in the right spot. There's some nice horses in here. I mean, we got Carson's Gouda, who always races very well. So Frisky is a horse that I've used, many times down at Woodbine. And, one time that I didn't use her, I think Colin Kelly was able to get the win with her, but she's got a nice win over Georgia in the last time. So there's horses to follow. The one that always gets me, and I'm going to ask you about her, is the 7 horse.
Well,
I can never put my thumb down on how she's going to. She usually goes to the front, and either she races incredibly well or incredibly bad, and I can never seem to figure it out.
For me, it's always about the second quarter with her, right? So 2 starts back here at the River, post 8. And Gary asked me, is she going to make the front? Of course she is. I don't care what. Okay, she starts in the moon. She'll make the front. But will she be able to stand, the rest of the mile? And she got that, near 32nd second quarter on that occasion and held on by a nose. Now, I don't think she gets those fractions this time, but it's a good point with Mystifying. Can't really get the lead, because if Major League wants it, she's going to get it.
Right.
And you're probably better off being maybe in the first over, second over position, because that one gets a little bit weak late, especially against this level of competition. So you're right. I mean, the better move is likely to get away third or fourth off the gate. Exotic Dragon's going to do her thing early, and she's got back-to-back wins over this surface, but this is tougher, right? This is much tougher. You've now got to face, Mystifying, even Twin Bee Tipster, who's been racing in middle condition class at Mohawk Park. And you mentioned Carson's Gouda. I don't know if she can win today, but she gets paired back with Travis Henry. 7 victories out of the 8 times they've been paired together, and that 1 defeat was a second-place finish. So gets along really well with that mare.
Yeah, well, that's a huge feather in your cap there when you know that you get along so well with the mare. I think there was another one. I read one of your stats. There was a horse that races over Woodbine that James drives.
Truffles too, 6 for 6 now.
6
I think.
for 6. I didn't know that until I read that in your thing.
And John Rallis jumped on that one too. I mean,
there was horses in my career though that I would only drive sporadically, but for whatever reason they'd always jump up and go a big mile for me, whether I was racing at Flamborough or Mohawk or wherever. So sometimes just drivers, for whatever reason, they just really seem to tune in with that horse.
They get the most out of a particular horse. We'll see if Travis can do something with Carson's Gouda here. Obviously a tough task against the likes of Mystifying, but they're going to the gate for the Filly Mares Preferred 2 on the pace. Gary Guy will have you shortly.
Field for the 6th taking up their positions, Exotic Dragon and Mystifying. In the center, Cheddar's Delight, Twin Bee Tipster, and Carson's Gouda to the outside, so Frisky and Major League. Field of 7, sixth dash. The hump race on a Monday afternoon, Industry Day in Elora, Ontario. Here they come. Field for the sixth race is at the start of the rough. Exotic Dragon, Carson Scuda, and from the outside, Major League as they drive into the first turn. Then Mystifying is racing fourth right now. Then So Frisky, Cheddar's Delight, and back to the early trailer, Twin Bee Tipster. Major League is going to come on and clear to the front. Exotic Dragon is second, and Carson Scuda third. Then So Frisky, Mystifying, relaxed away, is racing fifth, about 10 lengths off the lead or more. And then Cheddar's Delight, and trailing is Twin Bee Tipster, but it's Major League at 35 to 1 who's got the lead and looks for a second panel breather. That opening quarter was 26-4. Exotic Dragon is second. Carson's Gouda is racing third, and then So Frisky and Mystifying, and then Cheddar's Delight and Twin Bee Tipster. It is Major League as they race off the turn, heading up towards us, and Exotic Dragon is sitting in the pocket. Now to the outside, Carson's Good is going to come first over, So Frisky to the outside, and Mystifying is third over, racing fifth, and then Cheddar's Delight and Twin Bee Tipster. It's Major League as they race their way on into the backstretch. Major League, Carson's Gouda advancing on the outside. Exotic Dragons racing third, then So Frisky, Cheddar's Delight. Mystifying is still second last, and Twin Bee Tipster is trailing the field, and it is Major League. Carson's Good is getting a little closer. Exotic Dragon is racing third, and So Frisky now is moved up and is only about a length and 3/4 from the front, and Mystifying now is getting within striking distance but has work to do as racing fifth. Then Cheddar's Delight and Twin Bee Tipster. 3/4, 124-4. Major League clinging to a tenuous lead. Then Carson's Gouda looking for the passing lane. Exotic Dragon and So Frisky as they come on down the stretch drive. Major League up the inside. Exotic Dragon. Major League, Exotic Dragon. Major League might have held on against Exotic Dragon. So Frisky in the center of the track. 154-4, race number 6.
We were wondering what. Listen, there was no wonder what the trip was going to be. We knew Major League was going to be going to the front end, and she kept fighting for it. And we know that it's going to be a price to pay in that opening quarter, 26-4. But if she got a reasonable second split, we said, she's one that can win this race. She can always win any race when she gets that kind of a split. She does so, 29-2 in the second panel, and she fends them off late. Randy, I said it after the race went. How is she 35-1 on here?
I think you said that at going to the half.
Yes.
Said, how is she 35-1? But that's the thing with, I'm telling you, it's me. I'm the absolute antichrist with her. I can never figure her out. This is one of the few horses that I, on a regular basis, I get to, use her in my picks and stuff. I can never figure her out. I really can't. When she's on her game, I've seen her go cut miles at Mohawk and win. When she's not on her game, it seems like she could go just about anywhere, cut a mile, and do no good.
You had her pegged for third. I've got her pegged for fourth. And the thing that's wild about it is that when you just kind of close your eyes and think, okay, Industry Day, front end bias, Major League's in the race, doesn't matter who she's facing. You got to think she's got a chance.
Yeah.
And this group was one that she could beat, but I guess Post and the fact that Mystifying. I mean, she got crushed in the win pool late, and even. A lot of show money, too.
Yeah.
People are going to see some crazy show prices here because there was a lot of show money came into Mystifying, a horse that you thought would race from off the pace. She did that, and she couldn't get near them.
She would just, and she didn't look sharp, right from the time that the race kind of started. He did everything right with her, with Mystifying. He didn't leave with her, didn't overplay his hand, got a good trip. Should have been able to have a huge fire at the 3/4 pole, but just kind of hung out there.
Yeah, she didn't. The Major League, there she is, 35-1, folks. That's a big upset on Industry Day.
And back in front of us is the winner of race number 6. It's number 7, Major League, a 10-year-old Gotta Go Cullen Bay mare, owned by Ed and Ashley Hensley. Ashley Hensley is the trainer. And the winning drive to Hurricane Eddie Hensley, storming his way into the winner's circle all the way on top with Major League. 7th win this year, 33rd lifetime. Mile of 154-4. The sixth race payout, 7 Major League. 72-10, 21-50, and 38-20. 1 Exotic Dragon, 14-40, and 16-90, and 6 So Frisky, 30-40. $2 Exactor, 541.60. Dollar Try, 1269.30. Dollar Super, 1291.20. The sixth race, order of finish from the top down, 2576431 scratch. That's 2576431 scratch.
used to always say, expect an experience here at Grand River Raceway. Well, maybe expect the unexpected. I'm not sure, though, Randy, if it would be the price or the fact that she won. I mean, we thought Major League could win that race with the right, perfect scenario. Maybe it played out that way, but 35-1 still just seemed outrageous. But congrats to those who cashed in, and those show prices too. Like you said, So Frisky, when the youth got the ticket, over $30 to show because of the action that came in on Mystifying. But folks, this is the big pick 5 we have now, right? It's the late pick 5 guaranteed pool. $10,000, low takeout, 15%, and it's a good one because it's going to finish with our two, signature races, Battle of the Bells and the Battle of Waterloo. So this is one we've been looking forward to all day. But let's take a look at what we've mapped out, Randy, in this sequence. And for me, I'm trying to keep it as cheap as possible today. And there's a look at what I've got here. So I'm going 2 deep here in the opening leg, race number 7, with just the 3 and 5. That's going to be Big Plans and the 5, One Last Wish. Interesting that One Last Wish will race with the Hopples today, right? Something that she has not done in a very long time. 2 deep for me, though. Big Plans, obviously, the winner of the Battle of the Bells last year. We know she can handle the surface. Race 8, 3, 5, and 7 for me. C-Can, track record holder here. Post 7, though. I mean, he's going to take support, but so tough to win from out there. Arrakis last time, real trouble trip. Willie Irwoni, I think, is in fantastic form off that win at Georgian Downs. Race 9, I think it's a 2-horse race between the 2 and 3, Ideal Perception and Desperate Man, but big edge to Ideal Perception. He loves it here at Grand River, a horse that gets along well with James McDonald as well, and I think he's going one way today, and that way has proved to be a winning one so far. So 2, 3, and race number 9 for me. Race 10, Battle of the Bells. Pass line's one you have to have, obviously. Collusion, Hanover, maybe she can build up that last victory. I thought it was impressive. Impressive enough to beat Pass line, not so sure, but 2 deep in there with the 1-4, and I am not going to try to do better in the Battle of the Waterloo. I really believe that he is much the best in there. He's been so handy. He's undefeated, and I think he goes to the engine and just does all the work and ends up a winner. $4.80 is the cost of my ticket. Randy, what do you have for us?
Well, our tickets are kind of somewhat similar as well. I started out using the 1 and the 7 the 5 and the 3 in the 7th race. I went One Last Wish on top, but backed her up with Big Plans. After watching Favorite Beach race earlier, I'm not sure if I had it to do over again, and with finding out that One Last Wish is going to race with the Hobbles, I might reverse this, because I think that we've just seen maybe a little bit of a bell ringing of just how good McIntosh's horses are going to race today. So I did kind of cover myself up a little bit there. I thought about maybe throwing I'm a Doll in there too. Raced so good in Clinton and the Kin, but I think that this is a tougher bunch than what she was facing in the Kin. So in the 8th race there, I decided to go with the 1 and 7 Treasure T, followed it up by C-Can. Pretty tough to not use C-Can even from the outside. In the 9th race, I decided to go the 2 and the 3, Ideal Perception, Desperate Man. Ideal Perception, horse for course. I think that he's a dominant kind of a horse on a half-mile track. Desperate Man, I think there's a lot of back class. At any point, he can come back up and show why he won the North American Cup. And at the end here, I decided to single them both. I mean, I don't know if this is a good play, Robbie. You can tell me, but I really do believe that Pass Line is going to win this race, so I decided to single her on that. I'm unfortunately, Collusion Hanover I did use for second, but I'm a believer in Pass Line. James McDonald, I'm going to take a shot. And then I did the same thing as you in the last. I do not see them beating Do Better. Again, McIntosh combination, Sylvain Filion, good money driver, and you know and I know how bad he wants to win this race. So I kept it pretty economical as well.
Yeah, and you know what? And sometimes you have to do that, right? I mean, if you're expecting maybe some favorites to come in, you've got to keep it really tight. And $1.60 for 20 cents is exactly that. Just $8, right, for a $1 ticket for yours, Randy. And we're both trying to keep ours, as playable as possible, right, for the people that are following along here. And well, you've got a couple minutes to map out your winning wagers, folks. We're just a couple minutes away from the 2nd division of the OSS Goals for 3-year-old pacing fillies. Again, the pick 5 pool is guaranteed at a robust $10,000. Low takeout 15%. We'll come back after the post break for more thoughts on the upcoming dash.
Field for the 7th on parade, the second gold division. 1 getting euchred. James went out for Brent Pallor and Ron Thompson. Number 2, I'm a Doll. Out of the board for John Pentland and Alan Bowden and Sherry Sumner. Number 3 is Big Big Plans. Trevor Henry for Bob McIntosh and Martin Stapleton, Dave Boyle. Number 4 is Illusion Sealster. Sylvan Fillion for Gabriela Sasso and Jeffrey Corchans and Mart West Racing. Number 5 is One Last Wish. Paul McDonnell for Ken Susie and Brian Legg and Dr. David Legg. Number 6, Sweetest Belle. Doug McNair for Susie Corbett and Frank Brundle and Gordon Lyons. And number 7, Bettor's Punch. Jonathan Drury for Robert Kyle Fellows and the X Factor stable. Field of 7, Race 7, the second OSS Gold Division.
Just a couple minutes away from Race 7, second division of the OSS Gold for 3-year-old pacing fillies. It is the start of that late pick 5. Real nice one finishing in the Battle of Waterloo. Guaranteed pool $10,000. Low takeout 15%. And there she is. Big, big plans, Randy, the winner of the Battle of the Bells last year. And I was just mentioning, she kind of got in a tough spot in that race, a year ago on this day. And then when she did find room, though, she blasted through and she won going away. I think, maybe not had the year that was expected so far, 0 for 9, but the efforts maybe a little bit better than they show on paper.
Oh, I think so too, yeah. I think that she's been racing very, very well. I just think that there's some fillies out there that have been just racing a little bit better. And, she was second to One Last Wish in the last gold. And then her gold before that, they elected to try her up on the front end. Just didn't race good, but she was coming off of a vet sick. Maybe she was still like a touch sick at that time or whatever. But, I just can't. I think that any horse that you drive for McIntosh, we both know they're usually very good horses. Yeah. But I think they have a huge advantage too, because this is the size of track that they do all their work on. Yep. This is nothing for them to go into a turn full speed and hit that turn real, tight kind of a turn. Some of these other horses that have been doing all the races on a big track, it's a huge disadvantage for them.
Yeah, and with the way that her stablemate raced, right, Favorite Beach, has to give a little more confidence, right, for Trevor too, maybe saying, okay, you know what, if that one took that big of a step forward, maybe Big Big Plans will as well. And, she's 2 to 1 on the board. I think she merits that respect.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing too, is, I'm a Doll race fantastic in Clinton. Obviously a very, very good horse on a half-mile track, and I'm not going to discount the fact any horse can win a race, but to the same effect, she doesn't usually been racing against these types. She they made a decision to go to the grassroots with her early. She had a win in the 1 division early, second in the 1 just before the Kin pace. I mean, she's had a great year, right, Robbie? Yeah. 63,000 made. But these are tougher fillies.
Tougher, maybe a half-mile specialist, though, right?
Maybe
that's what she kind of looks like.
Just like what we've seen with Major League.
Yeah, well, exactly, right? Because she's one that Doll's got that tactical speed. I think she's going to get position. I'm not sure she's going to hold one of these ones off from the outside of her. But at the same time, she was kind of climbing over them last time at Mohawk Park. I thought that, she looked interesting. Now, you don't want to read too much into a horse when they got pace. They don't do much racing. But, One Last Wish is kind of one that's intriguing, because we kind of were making note of the fact that, racing with hobbles today, but does have a win over this surface in that exact scenario last season in the grassroots. So that's got to be a little bit of a vote of confidence for those that are wondering, do I back her or not?
Yeah, and what I liked about, why I put her on top as well, before I realized about the hobbles, but she's got incredible gate speed, really, really good gate speed, and she can shut herself down as soon as she gets to the front. Very easy on herself, smart kind of a filly. The only thing I could say with the hobbles, though, is that usually people leave hobbles off of a horse because it improves their attitude, and this is a filly. Now the hobbles are coming back after not having them for a year.
In a while.
I'm not really sure how she's going to accept them.
Yeah, you're right. It's been a while, so even though she's done it before, it's been a long time without that piece of equipment now. And she's a horse, really, that has stepped up her game tremendously, right? From 2 to 3, and it's not unusual, right? We see horses kind of maybe are a decent grassroots horse at 2, and then all of a sudden, boom, gold horse at 3. But One Last Wish certainly fits that bill. And, those are kind of the 3 that kind of stand out in here. Is there anything else maybe at a price you think people could use underneath, Randy?
Yeah, I really like the 7 horse, Bettor's Punch. I mean, if she didn't have the 7 hole, I'd have found a way to work her in here, because for whatever reason, she doesn't seem to be getting the respect that she should. You look down on the June the 2nd line in an OS Gold. She finished the 2nd, beat a nose to a Cheesy Smile. The next time that she raced in a Gold, July the 18th, finished 5th Had a trailer that night, locked in mile, up the inside, never found room, really looked good. I think that Better's Punch, but the only thing that bothers me a little bit about her is I haven't seen her on a half-mile track, and she's a big filly.
All right, well, we'll see how she does in just a moment. Gary Guy's going to have the call of race number 7, second division of the OSS Goals for 3-year-old pacing fillies.
Field for the 7th with their positions, getting euchred. And I'm a Doll on the inside. In the center, Big Plans, Illusion, Sealster, and One Last Wish. And to the outside, Sweetest Belle and Better's Punch. Field for the 7th race. Gathering speed, approaching the start. And the rough. I'm a Doll will get a well. Sweetest Belle, One Last Wish, and getting euchred. Better's Punch to the outside, then Big Plans, and trailing is Illusion Sealster. And it is Sweetest Belle who's got the early lead. One Last Wish is racing on the outside and in pursuit of the front. One Last Wish. One Last Wish is being followed by Better's Punch, who's moving up on the outside. And Sweetest Belle has still got that inside advantage as One Last Wish is going to clear to the front. Sweetest Belle's filling the pocket. I'm a Doll is on the inside third, and Better's Punch is now hung out. Getting euchred is on the inside and moves up to fill that spot, issuing the parking ticket to Jonathan Drury and Better's Punch. Now Big Plan steps to the outside, and Illusion Seals to the outside is trailing the field. It is One Last Wish and Paul McDonnell with the lead as they race their way on towards us. On the inside, Sweetest Belle to the outside. Better's Punch is going an overland trip as they work their way past the half of 56 and rolling to the 5/8. On the inside, fourth is I'm a Doll, and Big Plans is well situated second over. Then getting euchred and Illusion Sealster. It is One Last Wish, and now there goes Big Plans, and Trevor Henry has a plan 3 wide, trying to track down One Last Wish. One Last Wish looks game, and Big Plans is flattened out now. Sweetest Belle is racing second. Better's Punch on the inside, I'm a Doll, and then Illusion Sealster. Big Plans is dropped back out of it and getting euchred. They race by 3/4, 124 and 3, and One Last Wish as they turn for home is pouring it on and leads right now by about 3 or 4 lengths as they turn on down the lane. Then Sweetest Belle and Illusion Sealster. It is One Last Wish as they come to the finish. Who's going to win this one? One Last Wish at 153 and 1. I'm a Doll was second, close for third, 153 and 1. One Last Wish, and Randy, you were right. Coming back in front of us, the winner of race 7, the second OSS Gold Division for 3-year-old pacing fillies. It's number 5, One Last Wish, a 3-year-old Better is Delight Bay filly, owned by Brian Legg and Dr. David Legg. Ken Susi is the trainer. The winning drive to Paul McDonnell, 4th win this year, 7th lifetime. One Last Wish, 153-1. The 7th race payout, 5 One Last Wish for 43.20 and 380. 2 I'm a Doll for 45.30 and 6 Sweetest Belle, 6.30. $2 Exactor, 34.80. Dollar Try, 129.90. The Dollar Super, 544.45.
All right, I'm here in the Winback Farms Winter Circle with Paul McDonnell. Paul, One Last Wish is a horse that's really progressed nicely, right, throughout the course of her career and this season. Seems to really enjoy her work when she gets to the front.
Yeah, she certainly does. In the half-mile track, it's where you have to be. But, she started racing last year, and she just seemed to get progressively better as the year went on, and she's continued it right through to this year.
Yeah, and a night like or a day like today, obviously now back on a half, it kind of likes to put the pacing hobbles back on her. I mean, no concern there because she did it last year like that.
She did so, and the hobbles don't, she can go either way. So we just thought, just to be safe today, to have 4 turns, and she just did her thing again.
For a lot of people, right, their fondest memories of the Battle of Waterloo is going to come with some beach somewhere, right? And days like today, I guess, being here, you're not in the big race today. You did win a big one on the undercard, but it's got to bring back all those feelings for you.
It does, and it doesn't seem that long ago. It just seems like it was yesterday for me, but he was just one great horse, and he started his career here, and it launched him onto bigger and better things in the future.
Absolutely, and as that race usually does, right? So congratulations, Paul. We're going to bring in Ken Susi. All right.
1 second.
Thanks, Paul. Here comes Ken Susi. We're going to grab him for a quick word as well. One Last Wish. Ken, this is a filly. I was just talking to Paul about this, right? A horse that really has seemed to progress so nicely at the age of 3. Seems to really love her work right now.
Yes, the families all come this way. They start slow, and her mother didn't reach her stride till she was a 4-year-old, when 149. This one's just blessed with just a bit better gait. And I only put the hobbles back on just because of the half mile. When I won here last year with her in 56, I put the hobbles on also. It's just half mile track, that's all. But she's a no-brainer. She's a godsend.
Yeah, and I just heard you kind of speaking about how she's so smart as well. I mean, earlier on when you were on the track warming up, a lot of people were around. Didn't seem fazed by it at all.
She saw them before I did.
Wow.
She's super smart, and she's just a no-brainer. She's done absolutely nothing wrong from the day I broke her. And she's unbelievable. No, she handles different shoeing, different cobbles. It doesn't matter. She's just well blessed to have her. That's all.
All All right. Well, congrats on another.
And Paul, no, I can't say enough about Paul. Paul and I have been together for, he drove the mother, and he's looked after her. Last year's a 2-year-old to get us, to step it up, because he knew the family, because he drove the mother and all the babies, the siblings before. So, yeah, he said just be patient, and he looks after that.
Well, she's come a long way now, right? Couple of OSS Gold wins this season, and continued success with her in the future.
Well, thank you very much, guys. Lovely track here. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. One last wish. Winner of the second division of the OSS Gold for Pacing Fillies.
The seventh race order finish from the top down is a 627-4135. That's 627-4135 on the bottom. Eighth race up next. Post time in 5 minutes. field for the 8th race on parade. 1, Treasured Tea. Travis Henry for Francis Guillemette and Eric Beausejour and Stefan Joffrey. And number 2, The Fixer, Doug McNair for David Fry and Upward Company from Aurelia. Number 3, Willie or Won't He, Daryl Thiessen for Kyle Bossons and Phil McGuire. And 4 is Arcanum, Paul McKenzie for Christina Anderson and Ken Weiss. Number 5 is Arrakis, Austin Sorry for Francis Guillemette and Robert Bernicke. And 6 is Esquire, Tyler Borth for Mark Goddard and Brandon Guerrera. Number 7, Seacan, Scott Young for Mark Etzel and Terry DeVos and Peter Porter. 8, Serenity Cruise, Samuel Filya for Don Lindsay and Jeff and Bernie Barr. And note that number 9 is Sicario. Brett McDonald drives for Richard Bro and Pamela and John Heen. It's a field of 9, race number 8, Preferred 2 Trotters. Post time coming up shortly.
It's a couple minutes away from the Preferred 2 Trot here at Grand River Raceway and Industry Day. And there's a look right now, Randy, at Arrakis, who's my spot play of the day. And a horse that, last time the line doesn't look all that appealing, right? You look at that line in the program. That's why I thought the 5-2 is a bit low on a morning line. He's 4-1 right now, but a horse that ended up getting away in the 3-hole, and the trouble with that spot, either you pull first up or you might get stuck behind one that stops. He got the ladder of that when he had Insanity stop in front of him at 35-1. He then kind of got taken out of the race before finishing again with Trot. So I love when a horse kind of is going to offer up that kind of value. Was bet down to almost favoritism last time against Power and Grace. No Power and Grace in here today, and I just think this one's likely going to go to the front or near the front off the switch, and 4-1 looks like the right price.
Am I showing my age here when I used to race against Korth and Worthy, the mother of this 11-year-old? Am I starting to show my age here a little bit?
I mean, listen.
You remember that horse, or were you under the Christmas tree?
No.
Huh?
I remembered that horse, absolutely, yeah.
She was a really good mare.
She
Doesn't
was.
surprise me to see that this horse has turned out to be the kind of horse that he is. And I mean, he's not flashy, Robert. No one's going to be looking for his name, on the industry trades. But I mean, how about 46 wins lifetime and over $600,000 made?
Yep.
That is a classy animal. Any one of us would love to own him.
Absolutely. Willie Irwoni, another classy individual, right, was a winner on Industry Day 2 years ago from post 7 and came, back into his own last time. That's not winners of 3 at Georgian Downs, but did beat the 1 Treasure Tea handily in that effort. And a horse that, if he gets right again, he likes this surface, he might be able to go with these and maybe even try to cut the mile out from post 3.
I mean, raced really, really well at that last start at Georgia, and I thought that was a big effort for him there. And I mean, we've already talked a bit about Daryl Thiessen. He's one of our kind of up-and-coming drivers, on the B circuit especially, but he's even starting to make his way a little bit down to Mohawk and that. You can't really say enough about the job that Kyle Bossons does. Seems like his horses are competitive no matter where he brings them. So I could see Arrakis. I used him for 3rd. I could see him going a big mile. And another thing that you kind of got to like about him too is that Austin Sorey does a lot of driving at Grand River. He knows his track well.
Oh, he does. Absolutely. There's Seacan. You got him pegged for 2nd. I got him pegged for 3rd. And I mean, really, it's just the post, right?
Yeah, it's the only reason.
And he's a horse that doesn't have a lot of early foot, so he might end up with a long way to come. But he broke the track record for an age gelding on the trot just a couple of starts ago. So I know that Mark Etzel's high on this horse, Scott Young's high on this horse. The problem is, how does he get into the race today?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what's going to happen there. I mean, maybe he might get lucky and there's a couple of breakers. There's a ton of inside speed here, so maybe he might even get lucky and there's enough of action that they'll get down to the half too quick and it's going to play into his hands. If I'm not mistaken, and you'd know this because you were here, but on July the 10th when Seacan win, was Cameron Hanover not cutting that mile out?
Cameron Hanover, I believe.
With Jason Ryan?
He might have been, yeah, might have been. He was
And,
first over. Seacant was first over.
And I mean, to go around a horse like Cameron Hanover, that's a good effort
Yeah.
because that's
With
a horse
ease, too.
Yeah,
With
and
ease.
that's a horse that shows a lot on the end of his miles.
Yeah, yeah, he is. And you know, Seacant's a half-mile specialist, right?
Right.
He's a winner of both the Balanced Image and the Dream of Glory. One of, I think, only 2 horses to ever do that, right, at Hanover. So you've been with the one Treasure T on top, though. Is it just a bounce-back effort, you think?
I'm hoping that it is. You know, I just find that a lot of times if I don't use Francis Guillet's horses on top, somehow or another he beats me. And I find that he's one of those guys that comes in here and he really wants to win on Industry Day.
Yeah, and you've got one of his on top. I've got the other one on top. So hopefully, maybe they'll fight it out to the wire here for Francis. But they're moving to the gate, folks, for the preferred 2 on the trot. Gary Guy's going to have you with the race call shortly.
And the field for race number 8 taking up their positions. It'll be Treasure T, the fixer, Willie or Won't He on the inside. In the center, Arcana Maracas. To the outside, Esquire, Secan, Serenity Cruise, and the second tier, Sicario. It's a field of 9. It's race number 8. They're approaching the top of the stretch. Here they come. Giddy up. Field for race number 8 is at the start of the rough. Sicario spots the field about a half dozen lengths, and Arrakis is going to drive out with Treasure T on the inside. Then the fixer and Willie or Won't He, and Secan to the outside is racing 5th as they work around the turn. Then it is back to Arcanum, and for the back is Esquire, Serenity Cruise, and Sicario's trailing the field. Arrakis is wanting to come on and clear to the front. Arrakis at 9-2 makes the lead, and racing second, Treasure T. Then the fixer third, Willie or Won't He is fourth, and Secan gets away racing mid-pack 5th. And then it is Arcanum, Esquire, Serenity Cruise, and Sicario. 28 seconds, the opening quarter. Arrakis has the lead. Treasure T is getting a treasured pocket trip. The fixer is positioned third as they come off the turn. Then Willie or Won't He, Secan already starts to angle out as they race off the turn, and popping out from third as they race on towards us now. That is the fixer who's fixing to challenge Arrakis. Treasure T on the inside is racing third. Then it is Willie or Won't He. Secan follows Willie or Won't He on the outside. Scooting up the pylons is Esquire. And then it is back to Arcanum. And racing on the pylons, Serenity Cruise, and then Sicario. It is Arrakis, the fixer to the outside, and the fixer is coming on against Arrakis. Then third, Treasure T. Now Secan has rolled around. Willie or Won't He was flattened out, and Secan is fourth, but Secan has gone rough. And on the inside, Esquire. Esquire is racing for 3/4, 127-1. The fixer is trying to get the better of Arrakis. They are slugging it out. Treasure T is racing third. Esquire is fourth, and then Secan has recovered but has a ton of work to do. And then Serenity Cruise, and they turn for home. And it is Arrakis and the fixer. On down the stretch drive they come. Arrakis on the inside. The fixer grinding, but Arrakis is able to fend off the fixer. And then Treasure T and Esquire, mile of 157-1. Arrakis racks up another win.
Well, it took all the way till race 8, Randy. I finally get on the board with a winner, though. Thank God, right? Industry Day, and I think I was winless going into this race, but Arrakis, that's what I was kind of hoping for with this one. I made it my spot play today, and we kind of talked about it, right? It's got that tactical speed, and more importantly, kind of said as the race was going that he's a horse that's got a friend on the inside, Treasure T, who went to the front. He's not going to tangle with that one, comes around, and then obviously fends off a game challenge from the fixer, who we kind of thought was surprisingly going off as the favorite, but raced tremendously well.
Unbelievable race for him, and I was shocked to see him taking the support that he was. I could see it, maybe being around 4 or 5 to 1, but, bet right down the way that he did. But fixture race fantastic, but take nothing away from Arrakis. You got a half-mile track specialist driver, in my opinion anyway. The guy can make wicked speed on a half. He certainly isn't out of place on a half.
Yeah.
And he knew, just like you said, keep going forward. And as long as Treasure Team makes the front, there's a pretty good chance he's going to get to the front.
Absolutely. You said Austin's story, no panic, right?
No,
at any
no
point.
panic.
He didn't really get busy early on. He was just kind of letting the fixer sit out there. And when the time came to put Arrakis to his work, he did exactly that. But you like Treasure T. Francis Guillet has 2 in the race. They finished first and third. Both raced fantastic.
Yeah, they both raced really, really well. You know, I just happened to pick the wrong one.
Yes, you got to let me have a couple winners, right, on the day. I mean, we got to get there at some point. But, Arrakis, we said, last time, trip didn't work out. This time, go right to the front end. And Seacan made a break today, kind of an uncharacteristic break for that one on a half-mile surface. I think we'll see him come back and fight another day. He's too good of a trotter not to rebound from that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he didn't look comfortable when he swung him 3 wide up the backstretch. He just did not look comfortable. Maybe he's been here for a while, had a long day or something, didn't have a good ship in. He'll be back to fight again.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, there he is, Arrakis at 9-2. Finally, yours truly gets on the board with a spot play winner. Pass you over to Gary Guy for the details.
Back in front of us is number 5, Arrakis, 11-year-old Federal Flex Brown Gelding, owned by Francis Guillemette and Robert Bernicke. Francis Guillemette is the trainer. Austin, sorry with the winning drive. It's the 8th win this year, 47th lifetime for Arrakis. 157-1. The 8th race payouts 5 Arrakis 1144 63.50. To the Fixer 342.70. 1 Treasure T 320. $2 exactor 37.40. Dollar Try 50.90. Dollar Superfective 499.60.
McWicked, the richest standardbred stallion ever, stands at Winback Farm of Canada. McWicked is a Hall of Fame inductee in Canada and the United States. He won multiple Usha and O'Brien Awards, including U.S. and Canadian Horse of the Year. Look for his first crop in 2023 stakes races. His second crop sells in 2023, and you can find them at major yearling sales. For more information, visit winbackfarm.com.
Hey kids, we've got 2 brand new contests for horse lovers who like to take photos or videos. If you are in grades 5 to 8 as of June 1st, enter the Youth Photo Derby and the Youth Video Derby with your photos and videos of standardbreds. You could win up to $250. The deadline for both contests is August 31st. Whether it's the thrill of horses, crossing the finish line, the joy of the winner's circle, or even horses in the field, as long as it's got a standardbred team, that's what we're looking for. Check out our website for more details, bgracingalliance.ca.
Field on post parade for the 9th. 2 is Ideal Perception. James McDonough for Anthony Beaton and SSG Stables. 3 is Desperate Man. Trevor Henry for Kathy Jaquin and John Jaquin and Nicole and Paul Davies. And 4, Respect Our Flag. Travis Cullen for Jody Cullen and Paul Sanders and Ron Cullen. 5 is Highland Beach's Best. Jason Ryan for Amanda Fine and Highland Thoroughbred Farm. Number 6, Bolt Power, Jay Harris for Mariel Enberg and Brendan Arable. Number 7, Last Beach, Doug McNair for Ben Wallace and Bolton Stable and Arlene Shirkey. And 1, Armor Sealster, Jody Jameson for Gabriella Sasso and Jeffrey Corchans in Mart West Racing. Field of 7, race number 9. Post time coming up shortly.
Field we have here in race number 9 for the preferred 2 for Horse and Geldings on the pace, and we both picked the 2 Ideal Perception Ready. But first, before we get to that, let's talk about the 3 Desperate Man, because kind of bringing up fuzzy feelings for me, because the last time we were together, right, was North America Cup 2021 when Desperate Man was a winner. So maybe fitting that he's on this card today. I know he's going to take a lot of support. Right now he's 8-5, but we both went in a different direction with the 2 Ideal Perception.
Yeah. Well, I think you put it the best to me. I don't know if you said it on screen or off screen. You said Ideal Perception, big time half-mile track specialist. Yeah. And that's what you're looking at here. You're looking at a horse that, a Desperate Man has done so much, but he hasn't really been consistent since his 3-year-old season. We've seen him go big miles, whether it was the Juravinsky over at Flamborough. He had a big move out there. He either finished first or second out of the 8-hole. Yep. He's a great horse, but sometimes the consistency's not there. And with Ideal Perception, James McDonald inside of Desperate Man, half-mile track specialist. I'm just going to take a shot here and say that Ideal Perception gets to the front, and Desperate Man's going to have to come first up on him.
Yeah, and that's the key to this race, I think, right? And Desperate Man has had to do that in each of his last 2 over the surface, and last time got lucky, right? 1-9 on the board, and all his backers got lucky too because he didn't get there. He couldn't get to Let's Tie One On, and then got bailed out by a passing lane violation by that winner. But Ideal Perception, 4 of his last 7 have been victories over this surface here at Grand River. He's had James many times in his career, but just once on a half, and that was that huge mile last season in the trial for the Gold Cup and Saucer in Charlottetown. And obviously gets along with this one well, and like we said, a horse that just absolutely loves it on a half, and there's no way I think anyone in here can outlead him off the gate, and that's the key. He's going to be on the point, and it's going to be catch me if you can.
I completely agree. I think that's what we're looking at 2 horses, one with $300,000 made lifetime, the other one with 1.1 million. Well, it's not really hard to tell that maybe on a big track you would give the nod to Desperate Man, but on this track, this is this guy's hometown, and I think that he's going to put it to Desperate Man, and if he gets the jump on him, it's going to be so hard to reel this horse in.
It's a good way to put it, right? Almost like home field advantage in sports, right? I mean, Ideal Perception, he's a horse that, usually plays the game, though, too, of, you win the upper condition, then you go to the preferred, you have to settle for a piece of it. But this is a different scenario today. You get James in the bike, you draw inside, and it's a day where we know speed typically does very well, and I think that's exactly what we're going to see from him. Now, Armor Sealster, interesting, right? Because over 22 on the season, rail control today, but was a winner over this surface last year in Industry Day in this race.
Yeah, the only thing that I used him for 4th because I do think that he's a pretty quality animal, and you can never really discount the rail. The only thing that, and again, this is just my observations, both times, and you see it at the very bottom of his lines, both times that he was left with hard at Woodbine, he made breaks both times going into the turn. And that's what scares me a little bit here. Is he going to be able to get out of there real hard with the rail, or is he going to jump it off?
And you know what? Pole position, not the best place for a horse like that because they get crowded a little bit, right?
Yes.
They try to leave. A horse kind of comes inside on them, and then all of a sudden they might put those steps in. But again, worth noting, did win this race last year as the favorite, I believe, and got the better of Ideal Perception, who was a bit more of a price than he is today. Last Beach for maybe a long shot. You like that one?
Yeah, this is a brother to Test of Faith. It's hard not to like him, but he just seems to. I'm really more interested to see what he does with this half-mile track. I find, in my own opinion, that he kind of gets a little bit lost on the big track. I'm going to see if he likes this one a little better. So I threw him in for 3rd.
There you go, reunited with Doug McNair as well. They're approaching the gate for race 9, the preferred 2 on the pace.
Field for the 9th taking up their positions. Armor Sealster, Ideal Perception on the inside. In the center, Desperate Man, Respect Our Flag, and Highland Beach's Best. Into the outside, Bolt Power and Last Beach. It's a field of 7 for the 9th race. Preferred 2 pacers. Here they come, and Armor Sealster went off stride. Ideal Perception, Desperate Man also with a break in stride. Respect Our Flag, Highland Beach is best, and Last Beach is going to fire on the outside as they work their way into the backstretch and is right now Ideal Perception with the front. Respect Our Flag is going to get the pocket. Highland Beach is best is third. Last Beach fourth, and then Bolt Power as they work their way on to the opening quarter. Ideal Perception and James McDonald now trying to rake this one in already and leads at a length and 3/4. Respect Our Flag is second. 26-3 is the opening quarter. Highland Beach is best is third. Then Last Beach and Bolt Power. Ideal Perception on the lead. Advantages a couple of lengths. Respect Our Flag is racing second. Highland Beach is best third. Then Last Beach and Bolt Power. Then well back Desperate Man and further back to Armor Sealster. And that is Ideal Perception on fire past the half in 55 flat. Ideal Perception, Respect Our Flag is getting a trip as they work their way on into the backstretch. And then on the inside, Highland Beach is best is third in front of Last Beach. And then Bolt Power is racing fifth. But Ideal Perception continues to chug along gamely on the lead and is in front by about 2.5 lengths. Respect Our Flag, Highland Beach is best, and Last Beach, and then Bolt Power. 3/4 is up for Ideal Perception, recorded in 1:22-4, and they race their way towards the top of the stretch. Ideal Perception, Respect Our Flag. Ideal Perception, the race right now is against the clock. Respect Our Flag is second. Last Beach third. Highland Beach is best is fourth. They come on down the stretch by. Ideal Perception getting a little leg weary. Ideal Perception, Respect Our Flag. Ideal Perception is going to win in 1:53-2. Respect Our Flag. Then Last Beach and Bolt Power. 1:53-2. Ideal Perception got the ideal trip and knew what to do with it.
All right, well, we both liked that one, Randy. We thought Ideal Perception was the play against Desperate Man, and 9-5 obviously takes support, right? You get James McDonald aboard, and that's going to obviously attract some attention. Plus the success he has over this surface. But Desperate Man, you were right around Sealster, right? Rail control, not a good spot for that one. Probably getting a little bit fired up behind the gate, made a break in stride. But Desperate Man, that's an uncharacteristic break for that one.
I got a feeling, I have a feeling that maybe Trevor had Desperate Man wired up to leave. And the reason why is now other than the fact that he made that break was the fact that it looked to me like the first couple steps out of the gate, James was kind of caught a little flat-footed with Ideal Perception. I think he thought Trevor was going to bust out of there hard, I'll land, let the dust settle, and then come. But when Desperate Man run, when Armor Sealster run, you can see James's body language just completely change, and that's why he's a great driver. He said, okay, we're going to plan B here, and now he went, and what a mile.
It really is. Yeah, I mean, a little bit tired on the end of it, obviously, but the race was already over at that point. And, this horse just loves Grand River Raceway. I mean, we see it every year around this time of year, especially where he racks up these victories. He goes to the lead. He cuts out big fractions and keeps on going. 53-2. That's a rock solid mile again for that one. And Respect Our Flag, one that we probably could have gave a little bit of respect to because he's a horse that's been racing middle condition races at Mohawk Park. But you did like Last Speech as one to sneak onto the ticket, and a nice effort to be third.
I was just going to say to you, on Mohawk, there's sometimes we do a horse to watch. I would say if Last Beach comes back here, he might be a horse to watch because that was a huge effort for him.
It is.
And I think that a half-mile track will do nothing but improve Last Beach.
Yeah, tough post, right? Had to do a lot of work from out of it. You got a horse freewheeling out there. But Ideal Perception, you can't say enough about this horse, especially at this surface. He's now racked up 5 victories in his last 8 here at the River.
On the board, it's a 2-4-7-6 top 4, and coming back in front of us is the winner of race number 9. It's number 2, Ideal Perception, 6-year-old American Ideal Bay horse owned by SSG Stables. Anthony Beaton is the trainer. James McDonald, the winning driver. 7th win this year, 23rd lifetime. Ideal Perception, 1:53-2. Ninth race payouts to Ideal Perception, $583.90 to $74. Respect Our Flag, $10.20 and $5.50 and $7. Last Beach, $6.10, $2 exactor, $44.70. Dollar Try, $176.30. Dollar Super, $992.40. Ninth race order finish from the tops is 7162543. That's 7162543 on the bottom.
McWicked, the richest standardbred stallion ever, stands at Winback Farm of Canada. McWicked is a Hall of Fame inductee in Canada and the United States. He won multiple Ushaw and O'Brien Awards, including U.S. and Canadian Horse of the Year. Look for his first crop in 2023 stakes races. His second crop sells in 2023, and you can find them at major yearling sales. For more information, visit winbackfarm.com.
Hey kids, we've got 2 brand new contests for horse lovers who like to take photos or videos. If you are in grades 5 to 8 as of June 1st, enter the Youth Photo Derby and the Youth Video Derby with your photos and videos of standardbreds. You could win up to $250. The deadline for both contests is August 31st. Whether it's the thrill of horses, crossing the finish line, the joy of the winner's circle, or even horses in the field, as long as it's got a standardbred team, that's what we're looking for. Check out our website for more details, bgracingalliance.ca.
Randy, it's hard to believe we're already at our 2 feature races, right? I mean, the cards have kind of just flown by. Been such a fun day of racing action here on Industry Day at Grand River Raceway, and now it's time for the Battle of the Bells, right? The best 2-year-old fillies, in Ontario, really, and in some even cases you'd even say beyond. But this is an interesting dash, right? We saw Passline open up. I mean, I pointed it to you, right? Seems all of the win money goes in her early, 1 to 9 first click. She deserves that kind of respect, obviously, but I don't think she's a slam dunk, per se.
No, and the other thing is, too, is like we just watched Desperate Man, we just watched Armor Sealster, we've seen other horses. If they're not really used to racing on a half mile and they get gassed out of there hard, sometimes that first turn comes a little too quick. They get on the wrong foot, they end up making a break. If she could do the same thing here, I do not think that James has any intentions of taking her back the other way. She's going to be going out of there. If a bunch come out of there, and like you said too, sometimes a horse can get pinched going into that turn, sandwiched almost.
Yep.
Something could happen. I think that she's the quality filly in the race. I think that she's the one they all have to beat.
Yep.
But if she beats herself, who do we go to then?
Exactly, that's true. I mean, again, the one to beat, we both agreed on that. We both have her on top. You've got her singled, right? I went 2 deep, I think, with Collusion Hanover in here as well. But obviously, trainer Dave Maneri, right? He's got the most wins of the Battle of the Bells. He's got 3, right? To his credit, obviously comes into this, with a couple of nice ones too. Not just Passline, Benita's Best Bet as well, who's also pretty handy off the gate. Probably the handier of the 2 off the switch is Benita's Best Bet. But, I mean, Passline, a friend of the inside, we've seen that earlier in the card too, right? Stablemate. If she goes to the lead Passline, maybe she lets Benita's Best Bet come to round 2, and that makes her dangerous as well. But Dave Maneri, obviously, the leading trainer coming into this with 3 victories, and Jody Jamieson has the most victories with 3.
Yeah, how about this for a scenario, okay? Because you've seen this guy drive a lot too, okay? So you got the determination horses have both won too. What if JR sacrifices, decides to go out of there, keep Collusion Hanover covered up, and keep the Maneri horses on the outside?
It's possible.
It could happen.
And she does have that kind of speed. and a driver, right, that loves to go forward
Yeah.
off the switch, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's few in the game that can get them off the gate like GR can.
And he loves speed.
Yeah, exactly. And in Collusion, like you said earlier, not a horse that really is the type that you think is going to go to the front in here or try to.
No, I
She's
don't see
probably
it.
better off the helmet or maybe even coming first over.
One other thing, too, that I'd like to say in here, too, is that I think people have to really stop and think back. Louis Waugh didn't cut his teeth on a big track. He cut his teeth on racing half-mile tracks in Quebec. Quebec City, Three Rivers, those kinds of racetracks. So I think Louis is quite at home being on a half-mile racetrack.
Yeah, we were just getting a brief look at them in the paddock there, getting ready to do battle and the Battle of the Bells, and that's a good point, right? I mean, and he has a victory in this race as well aboard. Love that smile just 2 years ago, and that was a nice victory for him on that occasion. But is there a horse in here? We're going to talk more about it in a moment that might step up her game today.
Well, it's funny because you talked a little bit about David Mineri, about how he's got the, between Pass Line and Benita's Best Bet, both good gate speed kinds of horses. But what about the horse out of the 8-hole? How much? How good did she race in her elimination? I didn't notice that one.
She was good for me though, right? Dreaded 8-hole, right? I just can't ever look there. It's one of those things where my mind, working here so often, just never lets me.
You
get
wouldn't have
to the
had
8-hole.
Scotty's ear on in the handbook.
I probably wouldn't have. No, I wouldn't have. But here we go. They're coming onto the track right now for the Battle of Bells. Gary Guy's going to introduce the field.
Field for the 10th race. The Battle of the Bells final is on parade. 1, Collusion Hanover. Louis Bois for Luc Blanc, Determination. Number 2, Greatest Pleasure. J.R. Plot for Luc Blanc, Determination Stable. Number 3 is Peeler. Bob McClure for Bob McIntosh, and Al McIntosh and Frank Baldacchino. Number 4 is Pass Line. James McDonough for Dave Mineri and Burke Racing and Weaver Bruchemi. Number 5 is Cheese Party. Trevor Henry for Kyle Bossens. And number 6, Benita's Best Bet. Doug McNair for Dave Mineri and Burke Racing and Frank Baldacchino and Weaver Bruchemi and Gent Silva, Purnell and Libby. Number 7 is Past a Delight. Jody Jamison for Anthony Beaton and West Wind Stable and Mark Dumaine and Mac Nickel. Number 8 is How Much. Tyler Borth for Dave Mineri and Burke Racing and Knox Services and Weaver Bruchemi. And number 9, T.H. Jackie's Legacy. It is Travis Cullen for Jody Cullen and Ron Cullen and Blair Kidd. Field of 9, race number 10, the Battle of the Bells final, going to post shortly.
Moments away from the Battle of the Bells, and there is your heavy favorite, the 4 Pass Line. The money continues to pour in on this one, Randy. 1 to 2 on the board, obviously come up a little bit from that 1 to 9 opening offering, but a horse that we can't really expect is going to be any higher than 3 to 5 or 4 to 5 in here.
Yeah, and I mean, it's that like it's just unbelievable there the year that James has had the last couple of years, and finds himself in this situation where he's able to pick Pass Line up.
Yeah.
I mean, you would think that if anybody would have a 2-year-old that he was more or less committed to, it would be James.
Yep.
But he doesn't in this situation, and it just what a horse to fall into.
Yeah.
I remember the time I fell into State Treasure in the Canadian Pacing Derby. I mean, sometimes it just works to your advantage.
Yeah, it does. And I've often talked about that too, right? Is it like it's not always the horses that, you drive on a regular basis. It's the ones that you pick up sporadically,
Yes.
right? The catch drives, the
The
ones
catch
that kind of
drives.
come. But by circumstance. So
She looks good out there.
She does. Yeah, I agree. I was just going to mention that. And her only defeat, it certainly wasn't a bad effort, right? I mean, she had to come first over for a bit. She forged to the lead, and then she got picked up late. But it was one of those ones where you say, you know what? You can't hold it against her.
No, she's done everything that anybody could have asked. This Collusion Hanover looks pretty good out there, too.
Yeah.
I like the idea that Louis given her a little bit of a score down from the rail and, get her loosened up a little bit, let her see the pylons, let her feel what it's like down on the inside. That's the other thing, too, sometimes people don't realize is, the field races on the inside. So the inside of the tracks isn't always the same as 2, 3, 4, and 5 wide, you know. It can be a little firmer out there, a little looser down on the inside. So I always thought it was important there to give them a good score when you got an inside post, if you're thinking about maybe trying to go out of there a little bit.
Yeah, and so with seeing that right now, do you think the game plan is going to be to push out of there?
I don't know. I mean, she certainly, if she has gate speed, he's done a good job of hiding it because I don't see it.
Yeah.
You know, so I mean, I just don't know. Like, I mean, he might be one of those situations where he's thinking that if he can get away fourth with her, you know, not too far back, just push out from the rail a bit, get away fourth, and then come first over. Like, he must really like her for him to go this route. So I'm thinking that he's thinking that maybe she's just a better horse than anybody in here.
Yeah, and there's the other entrant from the Luke Blais barn for Determination, and a horse, I mean, in my opinion, getting overlooked in the betting right now at 30-1. I mean, she did get beat handily by Pass Line last time out, but it was still a good effort in defeat. Another inside post to work from, and this one has shown that she can be handy off the gate. So, again, I think, winning it might be a stretch, but getting a piece of it, I don't think she's out of it.
No, absolutely not, and especially with the inside draw. I mean, that's the other thing. You got to really take your hat off to Luke Blais. I mean, how often do you go into the Battle of the Bells or the Battle of the Waterloo and draw 1-2?
Yeah, no, it's remarkable. Yeah.
What really about the 9-horse, the trailer now? Will this cause much of a problem, you think?
Well, for me, that's the horse there that, if we were giving a fifth choice, I would have went to the 9, TH Jackie's Legacy, because lifetime debut winner over this surface, right? Then nice win in the grassroots at Mohawk Park, and I thought just raced okay last time out, but you get to follow out. Again, for me, I will always look to the inside of the gate, right? Even in these big races, I want to be surrounding my tickets with the inside of the gate. So for me, I went, 4, 1, 2, 3. I would go to the 9 in the fifth spot here. If this was a super high 5, the next race we will have that bet. But I think she's one that can certainly stay with them early and just hide her in the pylons and maybe get a piece of it.
Well, see, that's the thing that always gets me about trailers, right? I mean, they just they change the complexity of the race so much because if they are able to stay close to the ones that are leaving from the inside, it really makes the ones coming from the outside completely different scenario that you're looking at.
Yeah, they got to work so much harder, right? They plug the holes on the inside. And again, it's the one thing that's interesting this year at the River, Randy, is that the 9-hole has been a dreaded spot. And what I've noticed, though, is a lot of the times the horses aren't tight nose to helmet. In the old days, I remember they were always nose to helmet. But in a race like this, I don't think there's going to be any spots given up.
Yeah, it's the whole thing. And you don't know how that horse is going to get out of there. I mean, the last thing you really want to do is have your horse pacing out of there good. You're right on the guy's helmet with the rail, and all of a sudden he makes a break, and you got no place to go but over him, and then now you're out of the race too. So I'm actually interested too, because Collusion Hanover does not show a whole lot of gate speed. In your opinion, where do you think Travis goes? Does he follow the 1 or does he follow the 2 that does show gate speed?
I almost think it's got to be a judgment call, right?
Yeah.
That's the only way. I think, I don't drive, obviously, right? And I'd be a terrible driver if I did. But I'd always think you start at the 1 and you just edge out if you have to, right? That's the way I think you approach it. But again, I think just kind of going into it cold, you would think I got to follow out the rail and hope it works out.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a live one to follow. At some point in the mile, she's going to make a move.
Yeah.
You end up second over.
If Greatest Pleasure wasn't in amongst these ones here, as if I was driving the 9-horse, it would almost be to me the thing to do would be to follow the 4 out.
All right. Well, there you have it, folks. Battle of the Bells going to the gates. Enjoy the race.
It's a field of 9 for the 10th race, the Battle of the Bells, with their positions Collusion Hanover, Greatest Pleasure, and Peeler on the inside. In the center pass line, Cheese Party to the outside, Benita's Best Bet and Path to Delight Him. How much? In the second tier, TH Jackie's Legacy. Field of 9, race number 10, the Battle of the Bells final. Here they come. Field for the 10th race is at the start. Pass line has broken stride. Greatest Pleasure drives out. Benita's Best Bet. Collusion Hanover on the inside. And Peeler is racing fourth as they drive it around the turn. And now TH Jackie's Legacy takes fourth. And Peeler now is stripped out of contention with a break. And then Cheese Party is racing fifth. And Path to Delight is sixth. And How Much is back there in seventh. And Collusion Hanover now is going to come on and grab the lead from Greatest Pleasure. It's Collusion Hanover at 7-2 who's got the lead. Greatest Pleasure at 25-1 is second. Then Benita's Best Bet, TH Jackie's Legacy, and Cheese Party and Pass to Delight, and How Much, and then back to Pass Line. And they work their way past the opening quarter, 27-3. Collusion ahead of her, and Louis Bois now getting things all his own way. Leads as they race off the turn. Greatest Pleasure is in the pocket. Benita's Best Bet is racing positioned on the inside, and now comes out. Benita's Best Bet is racing first over, and then following on the outside is Cheese Party. TH Jackie's Legacy is scooting up the inside and getting closer. Then it is back to Pass to Delight, and How Much, and then it is back to Pass Line, trailing the field after that utterly breaking stride, or rather racing eighth, and they race on towards three quarters. Collusion ahead of her. Benita's Best Bet on the outside is up to about a length back. Greatest Pleasure is racing third. Then Cheese Party, and racing fifth is Pass to Delight. TH Jackie's Legacy sixth, and Pass Line is seventh. And then How Much, and it is still Collusion ahead of her. Cheese Party now rolls off a cover, and Cheese Party is trying to come on and call her Collusion ahead of her. And Greatest Pleasure is sitting on the inside, and Pass to Delight is passing fillies as the field turns for them on down the stretch drive. They come and they fan out, and Collusion ahead of her, and then Cheese Party, and way out wide flying is Pass Line as they come to the finish. It is close, but it looked like Cheese Party. Pass Line on the outside was closing. Collusion ahead of her on the inside. Cheese Party 156-3. Fans note the inquiry sound go up pertaining to the break and stride of number 4 Pass Line at the start. On the board, it's a 5-4-1-7. Coming back in front of us, the 10th race winner, the Battle of the Bells Final 5 Cheese Party. 2-year-old Better Than Cheddar Bay filly, owned and trained by Kyle Bosson's Trevor Henry, the winning driver. First win for Cheese Party, 156-3. And trackside note making the cooler presentation is Deborah Whale, the first vice president of Grand River Agricultural Society. Fans note the judges reviewing also broken equipment on three peeler at the start, as well as the break and stride for pass line. Fans note the inquiry will not impact 5 cheese party. Note the inquiry only pertains to 4 pass line and 3 peeler. Note number 5 cheese party is clear of the inquiry. suspense knows it as it pertains to the inquiry. The judge's ruling that number 3 Peeler suffered broken equipment before the start and will be refunded, a refund on 3 Peeler. Note that number 4 Pass Line, the judge's ruling did not violate the braking regulations, so on the board 5417 will stand. The 10th race payouts 5 Cheese Party. 103, 20, 15, 10, and 430. For a Pass Line 210, 210, and 1 Collusion Hanover 210. $2 exactor, $413.10. Dollar try, $437.15. Dollars perfected, $1,254.35.
All right, I'm here. I'm here in the Winback Farms winner's circle with winning driver, the Battle of the Bells, back to back. Battle of the Bells now for you, Trevor Henry, and a cheese party. It was a party in the winner's circle here just a moment ago. You know, the inquiry maybe took a wind out of the sails, the emotions that were going on here. But hey, listen, it was still quite the victory. Last year, an expected win. This time, not so much.
Yeah, for sure. We were, hoping to get a check more or less, but we were at the start, the favorite run, and another one run in the first turn, and kind of just set up for her. She's a very aggressive filly to drive, and I was lucky enough to get cover from Dougie, and I didn't want to move her as early as I did, but I was afraid I was going to choke her, so I moved her, and she responded.
And last year's Battle of the Bells wasn't without kind of drama either, because Big Plans was kind of in a tough spot, and you said this one's not the easiest one to drive, so you weren't so sure how it was going to work out in the final turn.
Yeah, like I didn't know whether she'd get there. I was thinking, the worst case scenario, we were going to be third, and when I headed Dougie, and I was worried about James on the far outside, but she got the job done.
All right, and you got Manhawk now coming up in the Battle of Waterloo, and you'd say, well, you're kind of playing with house money now, but hey, if this one can win, why not?
anything can happen. That's why they put race on top of the program.
All right, there you go. That's why they race the race, right? Kyle Boston's now, let's bring him in. Not just the trainer of Cheese Party. We had all kinds of emotions in the Winter Circle. Why? Because you also own this one as well. And let's just talk about the emotion, right? Industry Day, Battle of the Bells, biggest one of the career?
Yeah, this definitely be the biggest one so far. And yeah, all the family was here. Trevor's my neighbor, so couldn't work out any better.
Couldn't happen any better, right? You're done for the day now. Not party time tonight, though?
Yeah, we got lots to do tomorrow, so probably won't stay up too late tonight.
All right. And, we talked about this horse briefly, and you said how still a maiden coming into this. What a way to get that maiden breaking score. But she's been knocking at the door before this effort.
Yeah, she's a real nice filly. She's just got a little bit to learn yet. She's real aggressive, but she's got a real good brush for a piece. So it's just a matter of containing her till the last quarter is the biggest thing with her.
And I guess really today it couldn't have worked out any better. I mean, obviously, you don't want to see a horse lose to defeat by making a break in stride, but you end up in the perfect spot, really. And then just when she had to do what she had to do in the stretch, she got the job done for you.
Yeah, 100%. Like, definitely didn't expect to win. Was hoping for a piece of it, going for that kind of money. And when I seen the favorite run, I thought, you know what, anything can happen. And I said that before the race. I said these are 2-year-olds. Anything can happen in these races, so you never know.
All right, well, there you have it. Kyle Boston's winning trainer of Cheese Party in the 2023 Battle of Bells.
Tenth race, order of finish from the top. 3-6 DNF 215478. That is 3-6 scratch 215478. Refund on 3 peeler. 11th race, the Battle of Waterloo final coming up shortly. There's a look at the win photo from race number 10.
Well, we said earlier, Randy, expect the unexpected sometimes. Cheese Party, getting the job done at 50-1. That's, like you said, that's going to make some headlines, right? When you get a winner like that down the pass line, though. I mean, you mentioned it before the race, too. You said, if this one gets too keyed up behind the gate, maybe, we'll see her make a break in stride. And that's what happened. I mean, hard to predict that, right? Been so good throughout her career so far. But again, Cheese Party getting the job done as a long shot, and that's why they run the race, right? That's why there's no gifts given. I mean, you still got to go out there and run it, and a nice win for Kyle Boston's, right? I mean, he said it, biggest win of his career, and one that he not only trains, but he also owns himself.
Yeah, for sure, absolutely. I mean, sometimes this is the start. This is the kicking point to a huge career in this game. Winning a race like this, coming yearling time, there might be a few people that say, hey, Kyle did really good with his 2-year-old filly, let's give him one, So things can change just by winning a race of this stature. But one other thing I just kind of thought myself too is I was kind of hoping that when I seen it starting out, with JR going to the front, Louis coming back around him, kind of we thought that might happen that way. I was kind of hoping, especially with pass line making that break, I was kind of hoping that Louis might roll along a little bit, not go for the 32nd second quarter. I think he been better maybe if he'd just rolled her right along and then see what happened then. Because sometimes when you turn it into a sprint, that's exactly what happens. And even if you're the best horse, you can get out sprinted.
Yeah, it's true. And we talk about half-mile specialists. Trevor Henry, right? Now a back-to-back winner in the Battle of the Bells, and both times kind of, races that had a little bit of drama, right? Big Plans last year, and now Cheese Party this installment. But it's the big dance now, right? Battle of Waterloo is on tap, and we're just a few minutes away till be coming out onto the track for this prestigious race, and the one we've been waiting for all day. And the question is, will Do Better go out there and get the job done? And right now, even money. I expected this horse was going to even be lower than that. I mean, I think it still comes. I mean, we saw pass line kind of open off 1-9 and hover around 1-5 entire way through the betting. But I mean, I thought that Do Better looked like the bigger slam dunk of the two. And we're seeing even money right now.
Yeah, something, I mean, when the show started out and we said after watching Favorite Beach race and looked so good, this could be a day that Bob's horses are really going to, step it up or whatever. Big Plans raced okay. The filly in the last race there, what's her name, Do Better?
Well, this one's Do Better. So Peeler made the break.
Made a break or whatever. Like, so maybe people aren't going to jump on a hot barn, but still, he's Do Better. And I mean, as far as I can see, and he's perfect so far, as far as I can see, I have not seen anybody that's given him any reason to not be perfect.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen any kind of weakness from this one yet, right?
None.
And we talk about the progression through the Ontario program. You win a maiden race, then you win the Grassroots Gold. Now you're coming into the Battle of Waterloo as a favorite. But look at that, just like that, they're already coming out into the track right now. Randy,
we're rolling these right along.
We're rolling right along here.
And I got to say another thing, Robbie. I mean, have we been lucky with this weather or what?
Unbelievable. Not a drop of rain, a little bit of sun,
No.
and we're going to run the big dance before we get any kind of bad weather, so that's fantastic. But Gary's going to give us the post-parade here. We'll come back with additional commentary in just a few moments.
Field for the 11th on Parade 1. Max Patrick, Jody Jameson for Gabriella Sasso and Jeffrey Corchens in Marked West Racing. Number 2 is Chalk Hanover, James Madonna for Dave Mineri Racing, and Anthony Timmons. Number 3 is Do Better, Sylvan Fillion for Bob McIntosh and Al McIntosh and Martin Stables. Number 4 is McWicked Time, Travis Cullen for Robbie Robinson and Jacqueline Donnell. Number 5, Always a Thrill, Bob McClure for Bob McIntosh and Dave Boyle and Martin Stables. Number 6, Stopwatch, Louis Bois for Greg McNair and Jim Newton and Bloomingwood Farms and Paul Kidd. Number 7 is Manhawk, Trevor Henry for Scott McEnany and M&L of Delaware. Number 8 is Crush, Kill, Destroy, Tyler Borth for Per Engblom and Evans Nation and Engblom Stables. And 9 is Enforcer, Doug McNair for Greg McNair, and Aaron Waxman and Alan Albert and David Jarvis. Field of 9. Battle of Waterloo final going to post shortly.
Here we go, folks. The Battle of Waterloo is on tap just a few minutes away, and there is your heavy favorite right now, 4 to 5, Do Better. It's kind of cantering along there a little bit right now, getting ready for a score down from Sylvan. And, you know, we heard it last week in the interview. This is a race that he wants desperately. And 4 runner-up finishes for Sylvan in this race. I mean, knocking at the door, right? But this is the time, the best chance he's had to walk through that.
Yeah, you know something, I mean, this race to him right now is probably much the same as what the Confederation Cup was to me. Finished second in it multiple times, just could not get to the victory lane. And I mean, heck, I painted the fence there. If anybody should have been in the winner's circle, it should have been me.
Yeah, no.
But anyway, you know, he started out a little he always kind of starts out like a little bit funny, you know what I mean? Like where he's just not really flashy looking. But then as he gets warmed up and gets going forward or whatever, he really starts to turn the jets on. And you know, with the post position that he's got, Sylvan wants to win this race very bad. The horse might get beat. But one thing I can say in my own heart, it's not going to be Sylvan's fault.
Right.
You know, he's a sharp driver. He's drove for money many times. It's not going to be Sylvan's fault.
Yeah, and ears up, you know, looking pretty proud of himself out there
Yes.
right now. And when a horse goes out there and kind of looks that stumbly early on, sometimes it's just them kind of fooling around.
Yeah, sometimes it's that, and sometimes they just thaw out a little bit. You know,
Yeah.
they've been standing in the paddock, you know, they get a little bit stiff or whatever, and then they just have to thaw themselves out a little bit. But you know, it's funny, I haven't seen it many times in my life, but there's been the odd time where I've seen a 2-year-old step foot on the track and have a presence.
Yeah.
This guy's got a bit of
got
a
it.
presence, but the biggest one I seen was Some Beach Somewhere.
Okay.
That horse knew he was a great horse
Oh, yeah.
before he ever sat,
Yeah.
before he was ever behind the
Oh,
gate.
always proud of himself out
Yeah,
there, right?
yeah.
And just, what an incredible victory here. Like Paul said earlier, right? Catapulted, you know, his career to
Yeah,
great things.
oh, for sure. Catapulted a lot of people's
Yeah,
careers.
exactly. There's Doug McNair, Enforcer, right? He leads the way for most driving victories. His father, Greg McNair, trains. He's second for training wins. And Enforcer, to me, listen, I thought the effort was great last time. I just get so worried of that trailing post, especially in races like this where there's going to be no real, you know, chances, you know, maybe no one's going to let this one get out easily, right? So you might push along and maybe you kind of close the gaps on the other horses, but then you still got to work out a trip.
My problem with it, always having the trailer, I hated it with a passion, you know what I mean? The biggest reason why I didn't like it was because you're dependent on somebody else's decision.
Yeah.
It's not your decision. You can follow along sometimes and get that trip, but most times you're waiting to see what the other guy's going to do
Right.
without taking the matter into your own hands.
Yeah. You know, the one thing I'll say, the horse that he might follow, the one Max Patrick, was kind of my sneaky horse in here, right? Because made a break last time, but was, you know, on the rim accelerating, trying to challenge when he did that. That was the race that always a thrill won. I just really thought this horse was moving nicely before that break in stride. Jody Jamieson, right? He's no stranger to the winner's circle in this race. Pole position, he's not going to want to give spots off the gate, right? So if he ever gets into a good position, you know, he's racing the golds before this horse. Yeah, maybe wasn't competitive, but I think is one that might be able to hit the ticket, maybe that high five, which has a guarantee, by the way, of $7,500 in this race. So I think maybe a long shot to use underneath.
Yeah, for sure, absolutely. You know, I mean, it's definitely going to be an interesting race here. And you know, another thing I was thinking to myself too, and I have actually done this before on a small track with the trailer. Sometimes the best thing to do is follow out the 2 or the 3, and then just look for that outside horses that are live coming down. If you're parked the whole mile and they're not going a lot, you're really not giving up that ground as long as you're on live cover, because they'll tow you right into it. I'd take that any day over getting away 4th on the rail and having somebody come down and trap you there, much like Caprice Hill.
Right. Yeah. No, you know, it's true. I mean, and is there someone in here, like we mentioned in the bells, is there someone that might set up their game that maybe can challenge, do better, that people might not be expecting?
You know, it's going to be tough. I mean, it's a race. Like, I mean, we couldn't really predict the other one. I got a feeling that always a thrill's going to come out of there too. It's just a matter of who comes with them. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Louis come out of there with stopwatch. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, I just wouldn't. He's a great half-mile track driver. This horse had the 3-hole last week, bombed on out of there. You know, I mean, maybe he'll take a shot here and take a real good play at it, because if I'm Louis, I'm always going to be thinking to myself, well, if anything happens that there isn't a hole, there's always Doug out of the 9 hole.
Yeah.
He can maybe drop him in.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and the 8 Crush Kill Destroy was one of those unfortunate draw horses, right? Because looked like a live one coming into it, right? Made that break, but closed up nicely. You know, I was so hoping he would draw well so he can maybe be the wise guy horse
Right.
somewhere underneath. But from post 8, that's why he's 24-1 right now.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, even like Manhawk's put up some good effort sometimes. We get an equipment change with him tonight. He's going from aluminum to steel in front, steel to aluminum behind. So, you know, I mean, there's a few in here that can get the job done. The whole thing is, though, is that much like we've seen in the Battle of the Bells, the most important thing, get away pacing.
Yeah, get away clean, because we saw some horses have those issues in the eliminations. But there is Manhawk with Trevor Henry, who just, you know, won with a long shot winner. Long shot once again, 21-1. But Do Better continues to take the favoritism at 3-5. Battle of Waterloo is on tap, folks. Gary Guy with the race call.
And the field for the 11th race, Battle of Waterloo final, taking up their positions. Max Patrick and Shock Hanover and Do Better on the inside. In the center, McWicked Time and Always a Thrill. And to the outside, Stopwatch, Manhawk, and Crush Kill Destroy. And the second tier Enforcer. It's a field of 9, the Battle of Waterloo final, presented by Winback Farm. Here they come. And the field for the 11th race is at the start of the rough. Shock Hanover, Max Patrick, and Stopwatch is going to bolt out. Do Better is racing fourth, and then Always a Thrill. Then it is Enforcer as they work around the turn. McWicked Time. Then it is back to Crush, Kill, Destroy. And Manhawk is trailing the field, but Max Patrick has got the lead. Max Patrick, Shock Hanover is racing second. Stopwatch still works on the outside and is positioned third as they race on to the opening quarter. Now Always a Thrill will take over third. Shock Hanover went off stride. And now Do Better is doing one spot better and is racing for 27 seconds the opening quarter. Then back there racing fifth is Enforcer. And then it is back further to McWicked Time and Crush, Kill, Destroy. And Manhawk and Shock Hanover is back trailing the field. Max Patrick at 50-1 has the lead, and Stopwatch is racing second, but now up and driving on the outside, coming first over is Always a Thrill, and Do Better is moving up on the back of Always a Thrill and is situated second over. Then a gap of 3. Enforcer half was 56-4 as they work their way on into the backstretch. It is still long shot Max Patrick at 50-1. Always a Thrill is second. Do Better's getting a little closer, and Stopwatch on the inside's about 2.5 off the lead. Now Always a Thrill has the lead, but Do Better now is about to take over second. It is Always a Thrill at 10-1. Do Better racing at 1-9 is second and is getting closer with every step. 3/4 is 125-3, and Do Better is right alongside Always a Thrill, and Do Better now sticks ahead in front, leads by half a length. Always a Thrill is second, Enforcer is third, then it is Stopwatch and McWicked Time, and it is Do Better trying to put away Always a Thrill, who's still fighting. It is Do Better as they come on down the stretch drive. Do Better did plenty fine. Do Better wins it and takes it by 2. Always a Thrill was second, then third was Enforcer, and fourth is between McWicked Time and Crush, Kill, Destroy. 154-3. Do Better. Fans, the inquiry sound will go up. The judges looking at a possible break on number 4, McWicked Time, going to 3/4. Coming back in front of us, the winner of the Battle of Waterloo. Number 3, Do Better. A 2-year-old Better's Delight Bay gelding, owned by Bob McIntosh and Al McIntosh in Barton Stables. Bob McIntosh, the trainer. Sylvain Filion, the winning driver. Do Better's a perfect 5 for 5 in the win column lifetime. Do Better's victory in 154-3, and making the cooler presentation will be from Winback Farms, Pat Woods. Fans note the inquiry sign will go down. The judge's ruling that number 4 Wicked Time did not violate the braking regulations. The 11th race payouts: 3 Do Better, 220, 210, 210. 5 Always a Thrill, 390, 249. Enforcer, 240. $2 exactor, 610. Dollar win for correction. Let's go to the exactor of 3 and 5 and Do Better and Always a Thrill first up. Note the exactor coming up in just a moment.
I gotta take it off. They're in the winner's circle now.
Note the $2 exactor of 3 and 5 pays $610. Dollar try, $750. Double, $312.40. Dollar pick 3, $774.65. Dollar pick 4, $8,876.50. And a 20-cent pick 5 of $3,692. And note we had a 20-cent high 5 of $32.65.
Still losing money.
All right, I'm here in the Winback Farm Winter Circle with winning driver, the Battle of Waterloo, Sylvain Filion. And, we talk about it being a family affair. Before we get to the actual race, family affair, you got your daughter here, Stella Rose, and Randy actually said to me that this race meant the world to you today to get the job done.
Absolutely. I've been in this race so many times and not even been able to reach the winner's circle, so it's very satisfying.
And you're coming into it, obviously, with the big favorite, but we saw what can happen sometimes in the Battle of the Bells, right? Pass line, makes a break in stride as a heavy favorite in there. Do better, though, certainly did everything right today.
Yes, absolutely. He's a very, very nice horse. The other Bob McIntosh's horse was pretty good, too. So they're both nice horses, and we're just happy to be here.
And just a real handy horse too, right? I mean, no need to kind of get to the early lead. I mean, he seems like he kind of does what you want him to do out there.
Absolutely. I didn't want to get caught up in the speed duel, and when I saw Bobby on the outside, I thought that it could be a real good cover for me, which actually worked out pretty good.
Yeah, and I mean, it seems like he could go around again. I mean, he seemed pretty excited in the winner's circle.
Yeah, he's a kind of hyper horse and high strung, and hopefully he'll have some more for next week.
All right, you got your Battle of Waterloo victory, Sylvain. Congratulations. Let's talk to Marv Chandler now, part owner of Mardon Stable, right? And
Sole owner.
Sole owner of Mardon Stable. There we go. Listen, I'm always up for a correction, all right? Listen, talk a little bit about the relationship with Bob McIntosh.
Bob and I have had a great relationship for many, many years. We won the Battle of the Bells last year with a filly that didn't race quite as good today. But yeah, Bob and I have had a lot of fun. We've made a lot of money, and he's a good guy. I'm just so sorry today he's not here. Bob, as you know, being a trainer, Hall of Fame trainer, having been on the track a few times, broken pelvis, he's hurting. He's got a bad back. He unfortunately fell again last week. He was coming to our house last night with Al, his cousin Al McIntosh, who owns a piece of Do Better, and he said, I just can't sit in a car for that long. But I'm sorry he's not here, but he's a great guy and a great trainer.
Oh, absolutely, right? I mean, this is his second Battle of Waterloo victory right now, and I guess even more special, given what you told me, more special.
Yes, yeah, very much so. As I said, Al was here, but I'm sorry Bob couldn't be, but finishing first and second is not too hard to take.
Yeah, and first and second, but Do Better, I mean, has done everything right so far in his career. What's it like to have one like that? Is there any kind of nerves before the race?
Well, I talk to Bob quite often, and I can tell you very, very honestly that training down this winter, the best horse by far was always a thrill. Do Better was the second over. But when they came out and qualified, Sylvain qualified, he won both his qualifiers, and he's never been beaten. I hate to say that, but he's never been beaten since. Yeah.
Well, there you go. Well, I think he's established himself as the better one now, and we're going to hope that Do Better keeps on doing good things in this Ontario program. Congratulations again.
Thank you very much. Thank you.